Hello. Hi. Oh, it is working. Okay. Hello. Hi. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator. Also, apparently, a clown. Also, and immediately necessary to note, still under the weather. I will probably brighten up more the longer I'm here as I slip into the character of Squiiji. But I'm still a little under the weather. I've been on antibiotics since last Thursday. Despite the antibiotics, the worst day of my illness was yesterday. So we'll see. I'm a little better today than I was, but I'm still not great. So we'll see. I'll do my best. If I have to call it, I will let you know, but hopefully we'll be able to get through as many of the Vtuber designs as possible today. Thank you. Oh, Amber, thank you. 13 months, let's go. Health to you, thank you. And health also to you. Hope you enjoy continuing to rotate for us for over a year. Thank you guys for all the well wishes. I'm hoping, because I am technically also on the final day of antibiotic today. I've got my final dose to take before I go to sleep tonight. And hopefully I wake up and feel like a whole new shroom tomorrow, because if not, it's back to the doctor. I'll have to get something stronger maybe. We'll have to see. Hopefully I don't need it. And I'm also praying that I will be recovered and full strength for horse girl critiques, Uma Musume critiques on Thursday. I would like to be at full strength for that because I am actually genuinely really looking forward to it. There is a lot of cleverness and a lot of intent behind the way that the Uma Musume girlies are designed, and I am looking forward to talking about it pretty extensively. So, so hopefully, fingers crossed, with a little bit of luck and a little bit of pixie dust and whatever other things I have in my magic capabilities, I'll be normal by the next time you see me.
Perfect health be upon ye, e.g., and
thank you,
upon
Gary.
all ye shroomates. Yes, all, even ye viewers of the VOD. Shroom strong.
Yes, Shroom strong. I hope everyone is doing well, and if you are not doing well, I hope you do better. Not do better, I hope you feel better. I hope things are improving for you, hopefully. But thank you, Gary, for the very kind well wishes for me and for these roommates. Very kind of you. Normally I would probably have like some sort of extensive yap to launch into right now, but if nothing else tells you how out of sorts I am still a little bit, do I even have anything to launch into a tangent for 20 minutes about to start stream? How strange. How unusual. How peculiar. Who is this and what have we done with Squiiji? Let's see, what did I do last weekend? Did I do anything that launched me to a tangent last weekend? Not really. Visited Joby's parents to celebrate the birthday. Yeah, that's kind of it. Played some of the game Pandemic. That was about it. Yeah. Hold your horses. I mean, yeah. Clams down. Calm down. Yeah. Maybe you should rest? No, I'm okay. I'm not like that unwell. I'm not that unwell. I am okay. I just have like minor aches, mostly. I am alright. I wouldn't push myself through if I genuinely wasn't feeling up to it, don't worry. However, I'm just a little unusual. Just a tad. I'll probably become less unusual the longer I'm live. I'll snap into it, don't worry. I usually tend to, anyway. But let's see, I can at least start us out with housekeeping. Where are my notes? My little note, my pinned notes? Yeah, there we go. I should modify them still, but pinned notes for this week. I think there is 2 things that are of note that I should mention to all of you here in this week. The first thing is continued extra credit. We get to continue extra credit. So for me, that means Friday, I finally get to actually start my art fight attacks. I thought I'd get to start last week. With being under the weather, I still am not done something that I really would like to be done and I need to finish before I allow myself to do art fight. But Friday on stream, I will do some art fight attacks. I'm still deciding what I want to do. I might make some funny little, like really basic low poly models for art fight, but then at the same time, I might make some just really like goofy basic chibis maybe as well. So we'll see. So I hope everyone's art fight is going well. I have been overwhelmed and amazed by the quantity of attacks I've received, and I already feel terrible because I know that I will not have enough time to get a revenge in on everyone, but I'm going to do my absolute best. There will be, at the end of this month, a week where Jubby is not home for the entirety of the week, and I will probably be spending the entirety of that week just like, wham, bam, bam, get fought, now you get fought, now you get fought, now you have an attack. Yes, all of the art fighting. So hopefully that will be when I get to have the full, strong attack on everyone. Attack on shroommates. No, Clownigi lasted less than 4 minutes? Huh? Clowngi's supposed to last 5 minutes. That's weird. Vinyan, what are you doing? Is your timer funny? I'll write that down to check the time to see if it did something funny, mayhaps. That's odd. Also, I discovered I have this tendency, I always write things down on post-it notes that I keep like right here on my desk during stream, and they're just like totally incomprehensible sometimes to me. Like weeks later, I have a post-it note here that says, merch mug, ladder, toothbrush, lobster, moose, Vash glasses. What was this about? Was this about props? I don't have a toothbrush prop. Why would toothbrush be crossed off? Lobster? What does this mean? So now I'm gonna write down onto this sticky note, clown is less than 4 min. And hopefully Squiiji of tomorrow will still remember what that means. That's not the only random one I have here. I got a couple other ones. Because I definitely said those things on stream and that's why they're written down. I have a bunch of ones that are for things I needed to record for my Utao voice bank. So I've got Nsha, Nti, Ryo, Npa, and Kyo. Just on a sticky note there. On this one I have Nuke, Metal Pipe, Fire, and Head Pat, which I think is actually props for redeems, mayhaps. That's about my hair. This is about merch. This is hot chocolate. Miku Design Monday, Touch Detective Aiko. I think this was from a stream I did with Vil? I can't recall. Command Center Upgrade 5, Interplanetary Consolidation, Advanced Planetary. This is from EVE Online. Like, and I still have all of these, and they still sit right here. None of them make sense. I think I remember you writing that when someone suggested a mug with googly eyes for a little creature. Oh, that's what that is! Absolutely, you're so right! That's lurk bait! That's lurk bait stuff! Thank you. I'm glad you recall. I'm glad you remembered, because I certainly didn't. Don't know where to begin with the art fight. It seems kind of scary, but fun. If it seems kind of scary, a good place to start is fighting some of the shroommates. If you would like to, our extra credit for the month is fighting each other. It's each other. So that makes it a little bit less intimidating than fighting someone you totally don't know, because under this circumstance, the people you're fighting are all people that you share one very key thing with, which is that you are all members of the shroom state. So maybe that takes a little bit of the fear out of your heart. And then all the shroommates are very, very kind and supportive. We already have a good, you can already gauge very clearly the vibe of the shroommates. So if you are fearful about participating in an art fight, the shroommates are fantastic targets, let me tell you. Yeah. Always another year, important to just have fun with it, not force yourself. Yeah, for art fight, that's also true. Do not force yourself and do not burn yourself out trying to do art fight attacks. As much as it is so fun and it is such an encouraging event to do, and it is a very short month, let me just say. July as the month for art fight, I really wish they would have picked like March or something for it, because the summer is crazy. But the whole point of the event is to have fun and to, get some practice in drawing, but don't treat it like it's a job. Don't treat it like it's something that's a drag. Don't make it unfun for yourself. Do what you can to enjoy it. Yeah. Too slow of an artist for art fight. July also gets so busy for me at the end. I don't think there's any such thing as being too slow for it. In my previous years, there were some points in time where I only fought, I think, 2 people. I only made 2 attacks in some of the years that I participated. But like, every little bit counts, and to those 2 people who received art, they're probably so over the moon. It's not a whole game about quantity or anything like that. It's just for the joy of making something for someone. Yeah. So don't pressure yourself, but don't get down on yourself. Don't be thinking I'm too slow for this. My art's not good enough for this. No. There's a Squiiji standing behind you, living in your walls, was whispering things into your ear to the type of. Be kind to yourself. Do what you can for art fight. Don't pressure yourself. Don't create rules for yourself for it. Just have fun. Yeah. Also, you can't fight shroomate with art. You can also fight fellow shroomate in Magic the Gathering. That's true. I have been spying you guys doing that, and I'm trying to finish fixing one of my funny little decks so that way I could commander with all of you. I want to fix my Myco Tyrant deck because it's a little goofy right now. It's not quite right. Oh, hi, Yomi. Think if I say love you, I was thinking of you today. Oh, thank you. Hi, Yomi. I hope you are doing well. Plug. Yeah, we're plugging. If you want to play Commander, the Shroommates have been fighting each other in Commander. So to all of you who may or may not know what that is, that's Magic the Gathering, and you should do it. Overworking as always. Man, don't I feel you in that boat. Doesn't come as a surprise for either of us, but at least we can be hypocrites and look at each other and say, take a rest, take a break. So the only people that we tend to listen to about taking a break is actually no one, but potentially other hypocrites telling us to take care. That's how it goes. Because I can't yell at any of you for overworking. Joby's been yelling at me for overworking, so I'll work on it. You should also work on it. We should all work on it. Certified loser. Thank you for following. Love Magic the Gathering. My dad introduced me to it. What the heck? Low-key, I feel like it's the kind of thing that my dad would have introduced me to if he knew it existed, but my dad also plays. Fungi Father is a Magic player, kind of. He doesn't really know what he's doing all the way, but he puts an effort in at the very least. Why is this so true? Shroommates, are you seeing some of yourself in Yomi and I? My hypocritical statement of get some rest does apply to all of you, and I am the worst of them all today because I'm here being like, I'm kind of sick. I'm not feeling my best, but I'm here anyway. Imposter syndrome, doing its thing, unfortunately. My own worst critic when it comes to my art. I feel like most of us are. It's like that whole thing with the 2 cakes, right? If you show up to an event with a cake and you see all the other cakes, you're like, dang it, I really wish I could make a cake as good as those other fellas. Dang, no one's gonna like my cake. But the people who are eating the cake are gonna be like, yippee, so many cakes! Like, that's my favorite analogy that I have to remember whenever I start getting a little bit of imposter syndrome. Whenever those brain worms start squiggling around, trying to climb back into those little holes in my head that are so advantageous to them already, I keep them out. I keep them out with that cake comic. It works very well. Yeah, done is better than perfect. That's also true. Yeah, there's a lot of good quotes to be had and reminders to be had about all those things. The best thing we can do for ourselves is treat ourselves with kindness. If you cannot be positive about yourself and the things that you do, at the very least you can be neutral about them. Because that is, if you are down in the dumps and you are struggling and you are somewhere low, it is much easier to take the stepping stone of being neutral towards yourself or being neutral towards the things that you make or do than it is to listen to the advice of, you should love yourself, because that can be kind of hard. But it's a good stepping stone to get you in that right direction, alright? So, anyways, look at that! I did find something to yap about here. We talked about Art Fight for a second, and that is related to extra credit. Secondarily for extra credit, hey Shroommates, hey Shroommates, I need you to make decisions for me. I can't make decisions for myself. Please make decision for me. Hi. Hi. So we briefly mentioned this last week, and I will probably be doing the recording for this week, but if we go to stream events, I am looking for a short story to read to fulfill a donathon goal. Here's a link to a website that has, what do you call them? Not open source. Public domain short stories. So all of them are things that I could read for a video that is ASMR-esque in nature, and I would not get smacked or bonked by the terrible, horrible, high-hanging hammers that be in the YouTube zone. And there's a lot of really interesting things in there. So if you are so inclined, maybe click that link, and if there are any ones that you've heard of before or that you've read that may or may not be in there, they might be very good, and I might read them mayhaps. I see Star has already recommended one, which is The Adventure of the Cardboard Box by Arthur Conan Doyle. There's a lot of, like, historic writing and a lot of things that you may or may not have read in English class. But that doesn't make them any less good, and sometimes if it's the kind of thing you have to read in English class as a high schooler, maybe it's better if you can listen to Squiiji read it to you instead of have to read it to yourself in the high school. Hey, that's an idea. Hey, there's an idea. Hang on. I've been ideating. I tweeted last week about Universivt, a Vtuber group comprised of all people who are teachers or professors or something like that, and I've been sort of milling about the potential actuality of that. Not to show you my hand and play my cards in front of you, not to let you know what I'm up to. I move in the shadows. You'll never quite know. But I've been kind of trying to think of like what I would do if I were to, you know, want to lead some sort of group like that. And some of the decisions I've kind of come to is I've been realizing that there's some like very particular things that VTubers don't do a lot of that is something that is very common on YouTube, which is just like, you know, educational content in general. But Shroommates, can you imagine the possibility of a like crash course-esque YouTube channel where, you know, you get to see like topics discussed and explained to you in the realms of science or English or language arts or like anything of that kind, music maybe, history. But instead of watching a real life IRL human tell you all about it, Vtuber. So like that was my first thought. And then secondarily, kind of on top of that is, you know, there's a lot of stories that we have to read as, you know, high schoolers or college students or, you know, papers that you have to engage with. And what better way maybe to make it more interesting and make it feel like something you're doing willingly than having, you know, a VTuber, somebody that you may or may not already be interested in, read that short story to you, read that Shakespeare thing to you that you've been neglecting, teach you about how to do synthesis in organic chemistry. These are just the things I can do. But like, you know, considerations of bring Yam in to teach some music theory, bring Spacey in to teach some game dev, bring Amantas in to teach sociology and history and stuff like that. Like, I feel like it'd be a very interesting concept, and yet again, here I am, Squiiji, king or queen or just general gender neutral ruler of big project ideas, trying to create something for myself here that is going to be very intense. So we'll see. But I would like to do that. Once I escape the kind of big projects I've been in, I may actually send out some feelers for something like that, for like a genuine interest check. And it will be like something where I am gonna have to be kind of discerning about who I can bring into that, because I need to make sure that the information, like they have credentials and the information they can bring is, you know, peer reviewed and fact checked and that they know what they're talking about. But I feel like I would kind of love being a part of that. Monarch of Massive Projects, that's me! Monarch of Massive Projects that you guys still don't even know what half of are. Probably about 90% of them are still secrets, and I've been working on most of them since like February. I love that you're very good at that kind of stuff. Thank you. My like, in my heart, I yearn to teach and I yearn to help other people. That is like the truest core of who I am as a person. I yearn to help people. Maybe this is the deep-seated need to feel needed in some manner, peeking its head above the surface. However, I'm being healthy about it. I'm doing a good job of it. Don't worry. Fun fact, both my parents are English teachers? Dang! That's kind of cool. I also, like, Jubby is a photography teacher. We can have Jubby as a guest lecturer, teach us a little photography. But, like, I feel like I know, like, half the VTubers I associate with are or were teachers or professors in some manner, which is very interesting that I somehow unintentionally have surrounded myself with so many similarly like-minded fellas. It's interesting. Helping still helping? That's true. I'm not trying to be down on myself for that. That was more so my self-awareness moment. I still like helping regardless of whatever self-awareness I need to have about me in the way that I may or may not be. Innocent, thank you for following. Time to apply to a school taught by all VTubers? That would be insane. That'd be wild. I also got gotten when I tweeted that. A bunch of people were responding like, oh, I could come teach, I could come help you with that. And then I'd be like, oh man, what did you teach before? And it'd be like, oh, I taught like thing that's not real. And I'm like, ah, I see, okay, we're doing a bit. I was excited and you're doing a bit, and I'm still excited and you are still very funny, but you are doing a bit. I'm a little gullible maybe. And with an accredited online VTuber university, no, I don't think I can take it to that point. Also, accreditation, boo. Boo, accreditation. Boo, standardization. I hate bureaucracy. It crushes the life out of most of teaching. As long as teachers care and are morally upstanding citizens, standardization, accreditation, stuff like that, wound and curriculums. They hurt. They're not fantastic. They crush the life and soul out of my art departments and all other ways, so nope, that will never happen. Those are there's my one strong teaching opinion we have today. If you do this, maybe you could have some learning to VTube courses. We could, but see, here's the thing. I was thinking about this concept as a, you know, filling a niche that is not being tapped into currently kind of situation, where that niche of learning to VTube courses, I feel like is already pretty well covered. I feel like there's a pretty great breadth of information that can be found online about that. Maybe if there's still some places or points that are missing, we could dabble into that, but I feel like that's a topic that has been pretty well covered by VTubers. Meanwhile, organic chem synthesis techniques has not been covered by VTubers, to my understanding, or identification of mushroom species has not been covered by VTubers. Like, I'm trying to think of points and places that have not been, you know, there's a gap somewhere that we could fill, you know? But I mean, if there's still things that are missing as far as VTubing goes, we could definitely do that too. I mean, I'm not making any firm decisions in any direction about how this may or may not go. How this completely theoretical VTuber group that I have not actually created, what the activities they may or may not do, we're not gonna put any solid pins in place there for that. I'll figure it out once I have time. Who would you recommend for how to VTube? Oh, that is a good question. I mean, I have 2 videos that may or may not be interesting for that topic. But for practicality's sake, I might have to think about that. I feel like, oh, what is her name? Mari, what is her name? Oh, she was part of the podcast with Mr. Underhill and, what is, Mariume? Is that what her name is? Yeah, Mariume, that might be who it is. I couldn't think of what her last name was. She is a good resource for a lot of things about that. She's done a lot of tutorial type stuff for using different programs or just setting up different things. So I think she'd probably be a good fella to look at for that, mayhaps. Yeah. I can look and see if I can put together maybe a good list for you guys at some point. Write that down, maybe. Yeah. Yam's also got some good stuff, that's true. Yam has some good stuff. I have like 1 or 2 that I think might be relevant for that. But if you're looking for more practical stuff about like setting up OBS or stuff like that, I feel like a YouTube bar search might be able to find those answers, maybe? But I don't know. I could look at some point. But yeah, so, thank you for 100 bits. Do you think male presenting indie VTuber models have it harder than female presenting ones, at least starting from a brand new account? No. I think that if you put the solid effort into running the brand new account, if you show up with consistency and quality and you bring something new and fresh to the table, I don't think gender matters. Genuinely. I genuinely don't think it matters. I think that right now it is harder than ever probably to make a splash in VTubing if you are just starting out fresh, regardless of gender, because the market is, there's a lot of VTubers out there. There's a lot of us. So that's kind of why you gotta do something new and fresh and interesting mayhaps, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think that there may have been a time once upon a time where just because that was where the market for VTubing was, that could have been partially true. But thanks to groups like Luxium and stuff like that, masculine VTubers have broken much more out into the market. So I don't think that's a concern to be had. You always never fail to make me smile, Squiiji. I'm glad. I'm happy I can do that for you. So let me see. Was there any more housekeeping I had? Short stories for ASMR type reading thing. Art fight. Is there anything else? There might not have been. That might have been it from me, mayhaps. Don't know. Let me wait for the ad break to end, and then I'm gonna take roll and see what you're all here. Hey, look at that! I did manage to yap for a little while at the beginning here. I'm gonna eat a couple pieces of popcorn. And I see your open yapping mouths. Here, I'll feed you some popcorn. You're already ready. I know you're just speaking, but I will just put that right in your mouth. There you go. Make sure you're eating and drinking and taking care of your health. I say because I also need to be eating and drinking and taking care of my health. Maybe Clown Miku update that wasn't said already. So Yam and I were not able to schedule that for this week. In all likelihood, it will probably be next week or the following week, but we don't have a current scheduled day for that. So that is something we had to put a pin in for now. Because I already had Uma Musume and art fight stuff scheduled for this week. And I know that as much as those plans don't involve other people, I am too neurodivergent for changing my plans. If I have a plan logged in of what I want to do for the week, I am so inflexible as a person. I'm like, I can't. I can't do something else. I need to do the thing that I want to do, that I plan to do. But then at the same time, I've also done prep for those things, so it makes sense for me to just follow through with them, but we'll get there. Yeah, the Musume game I play mentioned, I'm interested to see you all being excited and freaking out about it and attempting to convince me to be a part of it. We'll see. I don't need any gacha games in my life, perhaps. I live pretty well without them, pretty fulfillingly. But, yeah, Reverse 1999, Dark Knights, they both kind of convinced me a little bit. They're both interesting. So, like, we'll see. We'll see if Uma Musume has similar power. Horses, I was hoping we could do horse VTuber design critiques today, but you'd be surprised. There's not that many horse VTubers. And the ones that do exist did not submit to my critiques. There are actually 0 of them submitted to my critique form. I did a hunt seek just to see if we could for thematic reasons for the week. None. There were 0. It is okay. I only know 1 and I Oshi them. Is it? Oh, what is her name? I'm picturing her in my head. She is a brunette. What is her name? Velena, who is it? Is it her? And it's not Tomoe. I don't think that's what her name is, but it's some. I feel like it starts with a T. I follow her on the Twitter. That's the only horse girl I know of. The only other horse girl I know of is Rima, who is not actually a horse girl. Rima is not a horse, despite what people may say. So that's the only other horse I can think of. What models show up the most often? I think blue is currently, like blue color themed designs is probably the thing we have the most of. Is it really Tomoe Umari? Is that particularly, was I right? Did I remember correctly? That'd be crazy. That's 2 Squiiji accidental wins for knowledge there. I only know 2 horse VTubers. Hi, Revenue. Who are your horses? For the sake of, you're allowed to say, I don't care if people say other VTubers' names in my chat. At least for this discussion, since it's relevant. Who is the other one? Who are your 2 horse girls? I'm intrigued, I want to know. But yeah, no, there's no horse girls in the VTuber design critiques submissions. But you know what there are a lot of? Monsters. That's what they call a segue. Popcorn in my mouth. Here in the industry, we call it a segue. The goal, the game plan for today, previously, was that I wanted to kind of come back around and scoop up some of the VTubers who we had kind of missed. You know, usually I prepare 7 or 8 designs for any day that we do critiques, but often we only actually get to 6, sometimes only even 5. But today, the goal originally was just to come back for all of those fellows that we missed. Yeah, the victims of the yappenings, as we may call them. I am so sorry, victims of yappenings. But funny enough, I've done enough different, like, themed episodes where I've had, like, demon and vampire and monster and non-human and a couple other things also, to the point that I have 6 or 7 designs prepared today that were all ones I prepped for previous streams that were all already monsters. They were like somebody who was supposed to be at the end of a previous episode that we just didn't get to. So yeah, today we're gonna do the monster mash. So I'm so amused that was the way it went. We got to have a themed episode or themed day, despite no intention for there being a themed day today. Yeah, happy Halloween in July. If it was May, we could have Monster May, or May Monday monster models. Ooh. Yes, Summerween. Ooh. Honestly, this model still slaps. I need to make a new Squiiji model at some point. It's been too long. I haven't had one since winter. I feel like I want a summer one still. But ooh, Halloween in July, Monster Mayhem. See, that would have been really smart branding and theming for an episode back in May if I would have thought of that, but that's okay. We'll put that down for next year. It's all right. Let's take roll, and then I will send us over into the classroom and we can get started. Christmas in July? See, yeah, we're on the wrong holiday. Too bad we don't have Christmas-themed VTuber models. That would be truly an interesting... Do they have holiday-themed VTuber designs? I can't think of any, like, Christmas-y themed VTubers. Wait, I actually know another horse VTuber, but they're not a horse yet, so that's a secret. Vixen VT, is that one? Is that a real one, Amber? Or are you just suggesting a name that would make sense for it? 'Cause if that's real, that's crazy. Let's see, who is here? Bugs, Bleak, Incinda, Edward, Alive to Thrive, Mars, Rusty, Robot Factory, Starhair and Mad Buns, Cotton Candy Floss, Ren, Corey, Amber. Hodgepodge Lamia, as Doodalipsy, Angel Kitty. Hello. Showmates, if you'd like to check in here for roll, we have a little thing at the bottom of the channel point redeems where you can launch yourself at me as you see the many others doing. You're welcome to do so. I gotta figure out a way to set it up so that we can have like an attendance counter that actually counts how many days you've been here. That's on my list of things to do once I finish my big projects. We were innocent. Revities, yup. YouTube fellas, I see Lisa, also Special Vixen, Haunted Butter, Moss Cake. Hi. Hello. I have attendance counter through Mix It Up. Oh, wait, I have Mix It Up. Hang on. Hang on. Mix It Up attendance counter. Intriguing. This has been noted. Thank you. Thank you for bestowing information upon me. Hi, Lilix. But Recap does that, but only when it comes out for the previous month. Yeah, no, I wanted to do it like when you guys redeem the here for class. It could tell me, because do you see how it's like it already says here that you redeemed here, but it'd be nice if it said so and so's here for class. This is their like X day or something. Good attendance, like I don't know, something like that. We're good at counting. We count our spins. That's true. Bugs does count all of your spins. Yeah, okay. Drawing classroom. I know I've only missed one day. That is insane. That's like hundreds of days that you have not missed. Good work. You've missed less days than I have. All right, let's go to the drawing classroom. Also, lurkers, don't worry. I got you for a roll. Thank you for being here. Also, VOD watchers, I see you. Don't worry, I always see you. Thank you for hanging out. True. Let's go to the classroom. Popcorn. My snack for today, I have popcorn that I put olive oil and oregano and garlic salt on. It is very good. I always make my popcorn needlessly more intense. Also, look at this fantastically on theme Rubric-chan for today. She's fantastic. She's exactly on theme for today. She's ever so slightly monstrous. This is our beautiful personification of the rubric, otherwise known as Rubric-chan. And today's is designed by Hodgepodge, one of the beloved TAs, substitute teachers, mods of the Shroom State. Also, I love this grid background referencing the grid of the rubric itself. Is so just good little reference there. But look at her colors. We were very big on clipboards for the Rubric-chans. Yes, W mods. For real, for always. We love our mods here in the Shroom State. Thank you. But yeah, everybody's saying hi to the Rubric-chan. She is so pretty and lovely and completely, perfectly on theme for today, which I am so here for. So, for VTuber design critiques, in an effort to remain as objective as possible, to negate as much bias as we physically can, I, in true teacher fashion, have created a rubric for us. And here it is. This rubric has 5 categories: color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs, to get a maximum of 10 points, 2 for each category. To get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. The contrast should work at a distance. For silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette should be unique, easily identifiable in and of itself. There should be good positive negative space interplay, and if I were to draw a ladder on you, I should create a unclimbable ladder. For complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the model should be well balanced visually in terms of level of detail, and those details should support the concept and focal points without being excessive. I should be able to turn you into a marketable plush without removing all of the fun little details that make you you. For focal points, to get full points, they should be well executed, and the focal points should be your face and eyeballs. As a VTuber, these are the parts of our body that we use to form a connection with our viewers. So those parts should be the focal point. You can have other focal points, but they shouldn't be the primary one. And then finally, to get full points for concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design. What this means is I should be able to determine things like your personality, your color palette, your species of animal, your occupation, what kind of content you create, maybe several of those things just by looking at you, hopefully. I can also bestow up to 3 bonus points. Those are Bonus point for super compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concepts. A point for unique, exciting art styles. And or a point for putting you on the fridge, because I just like it sometimes, and I get to have a bias. There we go. How'd you like that? That was the quickest, I think, rubric read I've ever done, and I did that on purpose like that, so that way I can clip that one and use that for my own purposes. Thank you. Many round of applause for Squiiji today. I'm honored. Don't. It's gonna go to my head. Thank you for all the round of applause. I'll stay humble. I'll do my best. Someone got bit? What? What do you mean you got bitten? Fight them back got bitten yesterday at work? I'm so sorry to hear that. Please do not. Please do your best to avoid being bitten. But I hope your injury heals well. That is not fun. How's the fridge looking these days? We've not seen it for a while. You're right. I haven't actually edited an update to the fridge in a minute. I should do that like all at once. Put like the last like 5 months worth of Shroomates onto the fridge that have not been on there. I'll get on that. Once again, this goes into my my list that includes things like Minecraft server. Oh, it's just like a picture of my own physical fridge for you. I think I mentioned that at some point. There's a bunch of things. I'm finally, because my house is finally like looks like a house that I live in, recording thank you videos for things because I want to be able to show you what the donathon money went towards. My living room is finally looking real good, so that is related, but there's a lot of things for me always on my checklist to be taking care of at any given time, but I'm working on it. What was I? There was something else I had. There was a thought. It's gone. What was it? Oh, other things I was working on? No. What was it? Maybe it's gone. Maybe I don't have other thoughts. Maybe there's no more big thoughts to be thunk. Maybe we just start looking at VTuber designs. Maybe we just move right into getting started, mayhaps. I'm down for that. Let's see. So first, I think Raggedy Jackie is up first here. No thoughts, only brainworms. No. No brainworms. They are not permitted entry. I do not allow them in here. No brainworms. None of you. Here's a concept for a VTuber. What if you were a brainworm VTuber? Consider that. What if you were a brainworm VTuber? I feel like I need to add that to my list of strange VTuber design ideas. Anyways, Raggedy Jackie. Oh wait, that was the thought I had. I read Ruku earlier said Gamba. Ruku, thank you for always reminding me. So 2 things still before we get started, as per usual. Number 1, bingo. And bingo was their name. Oh, B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O. It's Squiiji. What's their name? Bingo. If you'd like to play bingo. Character design trope bingo. You are welcome to do so. So I will pin that if you would like to. Let me also get that in YouTube chat for you. Bonk. There we go. There's the first one. And then second, we have prediction. To predict how many designs I will get through on stream today. Let's see, how many? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then let me make sure the submission period is properly like 30 minutes. Yeah, okay, there we go. So that's good. And then let me do that in YouTube chat. I wish YouTube chat would let me save the poll for it. How many designs will Squiiji get through? Oh, spelling. Oh, that's not how my name is spelled. Oh, no. That's an unusual number of I's. 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. That's Giwi. Oh, is Giwi? I don't think I'd consider Giwi a brainworm VTuber. I don't know if that's quite accurate. Oh, hang on. The poll just like is not working on YouTube. Or is it? I actually can't tell. Everything is slightly strange. I think it's kind of working. Maybe. Let me know. How many do we have? Designs to go through, we have a potential of 8. I have 8 prepared for us today. So if we don't make it through 8, I am so sorry that somehow you were... we're going also in order of when they were missed, potentially. Brainworm VTuber needs to write catchy jingles that get stuck in your head. Yeah, I gotta add that to my concept list. I have so many goofy VTuber concepts. Brainworm VTuber. And now I have another one of those really like classic, incomprehensible sticky notes here in front of me that says stole, clown is less than 4 minutes, mix it up, attendance, and brainworm VTuber. The poll just evaporated? It did? Is the poll there? Is it gone? Huh? It's always doing something strange. E.g. of the many eyes. I'm always many of eyes. I'm a... EKDK? Huh? Is it there? I don't know what that means. Is it not there? Woo? Huh? Question mark? YouTube roommates, is the poll working? Do let me know. Next up, can we personify the poll? I don't know about that. I don't know if the poll is specific enough for that. Alright, so, Raggedy Jackie as our first design to look at. Raggedy Jackie, it's just me and Frankenstein's monster font. Both silly clown and light horror vibes, chill art streams. So these are the things of note about Jackie, and then current PNG tuber design. I believe this is the most recent designed version of Jackie, because I did check again, but there were a couple of versions there, yeah. Bingo-san when? Oh, see, that, Wow, we really do like to I didn't make the bingo, so I don't know what we designed from, but maybe. We did personify the rubrics, we could find a way. The rubric, the poll, yeah, rubric, gamba, and bingo, I think are in a polyamorous relationship. In a, what do you call it, a queer platonic polyamorous relationship, maybe? They all look after each other, they work together. So, to get started here, where do I want to start? So first off, I think I can just start with concept and say that there is no doubt in my mind that you are in some way Frankenstein related. Because, you know, with a Frankenstein type design, we are kind of merging zombie aesthetic with something else. And I am not in any ways confused about you being a zombie or not, or being Frankenstein, because the lightning bolt hair, the black hair with white zigzags in it, is so quintessential to our perception of Frankenstein. So I think immediately right out of the gate, I have no troubles with you conceptually. I can figure out that that's who you are. And then if it's you, but Frankenstein monster font, then that works out. That makes sense of the hairstyle and maybe the way that you're dressed as well. The clothes being a little bit torn, I'm happy to see things are dirtied up a little bit. What I do want here, right now, as it stands, you are very vertical in your shape language. And what I mean by that is that you don't have a lot of contrast in your silhouette. You don't have a lot of visual weight. If I were to draw a line against sort of the exterior edge of your silhouette, very tall rectangle. And I often like to look for an opportunity to have something that makes the design have a little bit more weight somewhere. So the primary location that I think might be good for this is down here, because you did say you want some clown, silly clown vibes as well. So why not just exaggerate these things even more? Make the shoes bigger. Classic EG move. All you bingo people are crying tears of joy. We've already got two EG-isms. Exaggeration and make the shoes bigger. These are the things I always do. Hi, Aries and Nox. We are critiquing VTuber designs. And today the theme is monsters. And I saw somebody ask if these all count as non-human today. More or less, yeah, kinda. Yeah. Let's see, did I? Were those things on my bingo? Darn it, I just did two things that aren't even on my bingo. Didn't even benefit me, but I sure hope it benefits you. I already had big shoes, but more? Yeah, more big of shoes. Hi, Nanomino. Some of you guys have such fun names to say that every time I get the opportunity to say them, I feel like I take the opportunity to say them. Whenever I get to say Absolutaloopsy, I'm like, yeah, let's go. Also, sorry to be calling your names randomly, but I love the opportunity to say some of like the really like truly fun, silly names. Nanomino just rolls right off the tongue. Right off the tongue. The other thing I would say is exaggerating the edges of the shirt here, because since you are not afraid of being a little bit silly in your design, having a little bit more width up there might also be fun, because then, I know we're not trying to cinch the waist and we're not gonna make your waist any narrower, but it does give, you know, this flow of shape where it's wider, narrower, wider, narrower, wider. It kind of goes back and forth, you know? Does this count as no visual weight? Yeah. Kind of. Almost. Do I have a fun name? You have a fun name, but it's not one of the like rolls off the tongue like People who have the monomers that are really crazy are the ones that I tend to find to be the most fun. Squiiji's not that fun of a monomer. Squiiji's a very confusing monomer. Was it bingo already? What? You're already at bingo? What the heck? I have none! I got nothing for bingo! What the heck? So locked in. Dang it! I never win my own bingo. Okay. Concept. Works for me. Visual motifs? We do have the... Wow. Patches. I lost all the words in my head. All the patches that do repeat, and they do mimic the stitching happening on the body. We have a lightning bolt that's happening in the hair and for the earring, and then we have bandages that repeat a little bit. This chain, I wonder if we could do more with chain just as like a motif. Where I see that we've got this really tiny chain being worn in the ear. And I wonder if we could have it be bigger or more exaggerated, because from a distance it kind of just dissolves away, unfortunately. And then similarly, I'm wondering things about, oh, wouldn't it be cool to have a chain belt? Or like, what if you had chains on your shoes or things like that? Just finding interesting opportunities for replacing them. Squeegee made a silly noise. Did I? Did I make a funny noise? I don't even notice that I do that most of the time. You guys are so locked in for bingo today. What the heck? Single large chain link earring? Yeah, something like that could be very neat, because I enjoy how big and chunky and exaggerated that chain is. It adds a lot of weight, and I feel like I want some more of that weight somewhere else as well. Practically a free space. I feel like half the spaces on bingo are practically a free space. And yeah, I guess me using that funny sound is also potentially a free space. Do you really want the chains to be like those large links? Yeah, because here's the thing. I don't think we need the direct lightning motif here. I think we could honestly do without it, because we already know that you're Frankenstein and lightning isn't really being used as a visual motif elsewhere. However, we could use this as an opportunity to repeat the giant piece of chain. So let me take this color, I'll draw it, and then I'll put an outline modifier on it. Also, let me just say, I adore how chunky and intense the line art is here. I am so here for it. Let's see, how big do I want this? Oh, even bigger. Even bigger. So I'll put this one to the side. We can defy physics a little bit, and then we can, like, you know, cascade down in a chain a little bit. And then, like, maybe you can have, like, a chain that's broken at the bottom or something. But then if I take your outline color and put it on here, and then... Wow. Nope. Yep, there we go. Make that a little thicker. Yeah. I feel like that is interesting in repetition to have. It's not Hellboyish, but it does make me think of that style. I can see a little bit of that, yeah. And I do also, yeah, the heart-shaped patch and the star-shaped patch are very endearing to me on the clothing. If you wanted to have the lightning bolt somewhere, I feel like using it as one of the patches could also be nice, potentially. If you would like that to be a part of the design. If you don't want to get rid of it on the earring, it might be a better place to repeat it, just miscellaneously in the patches, potentially. Love screw earring? I do too, but it's so little! It's so itty-bitty tiny! So we're gonna do another EG exaggeration move here. Make that screw bigger. Why not? Ooh, there we go. Does anyone own any earrings from like the 2015 era of Hot Topic? Because boy do I have a bunch. I have a screw earring that is probably like exactly like this. It's really goofy. I also have earrings that are dragons that are from that era, and I have earrings that are these like giant, like really intense sharp crosses. I own all of those things. But like this screw earring makes me think of that so intensely. I do some cute ladybugs and stuff. Yeah! I feel like I don't wear my cool earrings and stuff nearly as much as I should. Also, having done that, I'm wondering if it might be cute. You know how glasses always have those little screws that hold the arm on them? What if instead of having screw earring, you could have big old screws as, you know, sort of something decorating the glasses? You know what I mean? Because then it also makes sense for the way that glasses are held together in some way. Not that they face this angle. Maybe you'd have to face to the side for that. But yeah, could be. Do you think that the chain should be on the opposite sides? Yeah, I don't want to have to flip-flop too many things here, but yeah, if we were to put this chain on the ear here, We may want to flip-flop this to the other wrist. Or maybe flip-flop the hair to be on the opposite side, just for balance's sake. But there's already some things that are happening for balance that might goof up to do that, so may need to flip-flop that in some way. Tyler, let's eat the apple I'm eating. Are cats allowed apples? Heard their streams are in the way, begging. Are cats permitted apples? Or is it grapes I'm thinking of, where the skin's bad for them? I can't remember. Oh, they are? Okay. Well, I guess your cat can have the apple if they really want it, but you don't have to give it to them if that would make them insufferable and annoying. Grapes are bad for pets indeed. This is true. This is true. I knew that one was, but I couldn't think of apples themselves were. Cat loves fruit for some reason. He's obsessed with kiwis? Huh? Interesting. I wonder why. My cats don't like people food. My cats never really were into people food. One of them will eat veggie straws and string cheese and that's it, but my cats won't eat anything other than cat food for the most part. No sodium either. Yeah, I know you're supposed to keep sodium low for them, potentially. Oh! Sub goal completed! Thank you! It's not telling me who's subscribed yet, but thank you for subscribing. Welcome back. It might be one of the anonymous ones. But thank you! We hit the sub goal. I appreciate it. Cats don't like them. Intriguing. Cat does not care for human food. What is the strangest thing that your pet eats? Oh, there it is! Fun Cow! Thank you for resubscribing! Subscribe for 7 months. Hello, haven't been here in so long. Well, welcome back. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate. I'm honored that you would use your Prime sub for me because you only get one of those. So thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, rotation. We can rotate. He's been nice since he was a kitten, tried to keep it away from him, but he was undeterred. Late cat used to love boiled eggs and canned corn. Broccoli. My cat stole a pizza? What? I have a friend whose dog eats chocolate and is perfectly fine. Hey, Anonymous, can I tell you something? Chubby's family dog eats chocolate. Like, not infrequently. Rosie, the dachshund, eats chocolate not infrequently. And she's totally fine. And I am so perplexed about it, and every time I witness it, I'm like having an internal panic. But she's fine. She's 13, which is pretty old for a dachshund, and she's doing great. Yeah, that's just tossing a coin each time. No, I need you to know this dog eats chocolate like at least once a day. So like, they've done millions and millions of coin tosses, I guess, and survived just fine. So like, I have no clue. She's just built different, potentially, for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, love chocolate too? Yeah, why? It's so strange. Cats love potatoes? Popcorn? Huh? Bread? It's so intriguing. Garlic bread. I feel like I heard at some point that cats shouldn't have too much garlic either, but maybe that's just one of those things where, like, moderation is okay. Oh, we've been raided. Hello. Oh, the Vikings are here. Viking Horde is here to axe questions, plunder chat, and pillage pantries? Hey, we were just talking about our pantry contents. No pantry contents for you. But welcome in. Hey, shroommates, rotate at them menacingly. Maybe sniff them to intimidate them out of trying to raid our pantries. That might be more effective. Yeah, Amber's got the gun. That might be a good idea. Hi, welcome in. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, also art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques today for monster-related designs. How was your stream? What were you up to? You may not have been chatting or dark souling or monster hunting? Question mark maybe? I'm intrigued to know. Cannot beat the power of sniffing in a gun. Yeah, no, we will not relent. The shroom state is strong, and I will lead them into battle as their, what did we call me? The something monarch? What was I earlier? What was my title? I forget already. What happened? Lucas Earl, thank you for following. Yes, my mic is stereo and kind of off-center. Monarch of Massive Projects. Yes, the Monarch of Massive Projects will lead the shroom states into battle, and we will emerge victorious. Playing Dark Souls and chatting? Oh, I hope it was fun. I hope it was a good time. I hope you triumphed over some ridiculously soul-crushing bosses, perhaps. I hope that you had nothing but triumphs, nothing but success. Beat the crap out of it. But if you and your fellows need to do things like eating, or drinking, or stuck memeing, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. You're welcome to contribute to our design critiques, but I would prefer you prioritize looking after yourselves. Oh, soul-crushing. Oh. Good work, Amber. Good work, Amber. all your fellas. I like catch one of your streams. I'm excited. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Not strange. My parents' dog loves cashews. No, I think that's definitely kind of strange. I feel like cats or dogs liking any food that is not meat is always going to be strange. It is not like food that is inherently meant for them is always going to be a little bit strange. Like, my cats turn their noses up to people food. Even like scrambled eggs or like turkey or like rinsed tuna or stuff like that. They just like wouldn't eat it. They were not into it. They were not like table scraps kind of cats. They're too picky maybe, but love peanut butter. Peanut butter is also kind of normal. Discord server? Aha, there is a command just for you for that. Bam. Dog likes everything except cucumbers. Is that based on that thing where cucumbers and or zucchinis scare cats and dogs if you place them behind them? We've tangented here. To focus in, focus back. Alive to Thrive, where are the keys? They've been stolen. Please restore the keys to the kingdom. To my presence. Please restore them to probably Alive to Thrive. It's much safer if someone else has the keys other than me, or I will lock myself outside of the house. I cannot be trusted with things like keys. They will just clip straight through the door, and they will vanish from our plane of existence, just like in any kind of video game. Anyways, Raggedy Jackie. What do we say? So color design-wise, the color is lovely. This purple and teal greenish color palette, beautiful. Mwah, fantastic. The distribution is very interesting, where we've made sure that the face and the arms are more focal than the body is by covering the legs. The red only appearing in the face, specifically around the one really bright eye, makes that one eye so focal. And then on top of that, the white of the lightning streaks in the hair being the brightest thing in the entire design and also being located on the head works fantastically. Voice is nice. Can't deal with the voice switching from left to right. Oh, it shouldn't be doing that. Truemates, is my audio switching sides? It should stay in one place theoretically. But thank you for stopping by. I'm sorry that it is switching back and forth like that. That's unusual. Huh. I haven't been hearing that. Intriguing. These designs make us want to yap. That's true. Even when I'm not in a yapping mood, it does make things do make me want to yap. Thank you, Life to Thrive, for deploying the keys. So, focal point wise, the face is working fantastically as the focal point. The eye being red and the hair being so high contrast with the hair. Very good. Very strong for focal point. Colors work pretty well. Is there... Did I miss anything? I feel like I've mentioned just about everything so far already. There's like not a lot to modify here. I feel like this is a very well pared down design that knows exactly what it wants to be. And I have no question in determining concept. The colors work. I should do a ladder. That is so true. You're so right. Oh wait, unnatural skin color. I do actually get one thing on my bingo. Let's go. We'll do ladder. So color palette. It is cohesive. It is interesting. I really don't have any concerns with it. For silhouette, I do want a little bit more variety in the outside shape of your silhouette. So I can't give you a perfect for that one. Let me draw a ladder on here. If you are unfamiliar, we here in the Shroom State are purveyors of ladders. We use ladders to check if designs have an interesting distribution of detail and shape, where we will draw a rung everywhere that there's a major division of space caused by contrast or by shape or something else. These patches are very asymmetrical, but I'm not really sure where to draw lines for them. You definitely see me going at both ends of your wrist, at your waist, the bottom of your jacket, sort of in like the collar region of your jacket, your chin, bottom of glasses, top of glasses, your hairline on this side, and then the top of your hair. So I would say that's what the ladder's looking like. Hey, Shroommates, you wanna climb this mayhaps? Yeah, OSHA hates to see us coming. OSHA despises the day where they have to witness Squiiji anywhere. Thank you for tossing your ladders at me. My arms were not ready and open to catch them yet, so you did jump the gun maybe just a tad, but I will accept them now. Oof, ouch. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think this is a climbable ladder. We've got good detail clustering up here around the head, and then all the asymmetry happening, ouch, ooh, wow, happening in the legs from all the patches is good. I do wish still, however, that more of the asymmetry was reaching the silhouette, because right now, this is causing an asymmetrical moment in the silhouette, this causes an asymmetrical moment in the silhouette. and then the hair is. I want just like a little bit more. That's probably just a little bit picky of me, but I want a little more, please, perhaps. And then for complexity versus clarity, I feel like there's just a little more specificity that I'm wanting for here. And I would have to figure out how to, like, what to tell you to add in that way. But I feel like the clothing design as it is right now is maybe not specific enough to you as a character. And adding things into it, like we were saying with, like, you know, the lightning bolts or other things like that might help push us in that direction. You know, if you had a belt that was made of chain or things like that. I feel like I'm just missing like one or two little bits of specific detail. Yeah, fashion research maybe. If you're quoting that because it's on the bingo, sure, you can use that as a phrase for it. I just want like one or two other maybe little things that are specific to you in the clothing's design. But you're very close. For focal point, you're passing with flying colors. The head is really focal because of the contrast of the eye and the white in the hair. And then concept and motifs, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Frankenstein, but you, with a little bit of clown vibe feeling coming from big old baggy pants and big old shoes. Works out. And then I like your design. I thought you were very endearing. So, what do we have here? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9? 10? This is not a nat 10, but almost. This is a 10 out of 10, though. 10 out of 10 design. Both in my heart and in numbers, apparently. Yay! But if they had the bolt on the neck for lightning and stuff, they could. Like, if you had scars or, like, some of these, like, points on your body where you have the stitching in particular shapes, that could be in the right direction for adding the detail that I'm yearning for. I feel like there's just some little detail I want. Also, I am just noticing spot blacks. Spot blacks. There we go. I was supposed to get an extra 0.5 somewhere? What for, Amber? Extra 0.5? Huh? Is that also for bingo? What is the bingo square? What is it? It should be just over 10, right? It should be over 10.5. Oh, okay. You just want it to be over 10, but oh, okay. I see. Not quite. I can't cheat for the sake of bingo. Not right now. Not here. No. False. Nice try, though. Good try. Oh. Joey's bursting through doors at high speeds. We'll clap before I leave. Oh, haunted butter, if you have to go. Understandable. Sad must leave for work. Goodbye. Thank you for stopping by. Can we get a round of applause, so kindly started by Bugs and several others and Haunted Butter, for Raggedy Jackie, please. I should also clap. I have like braided my finger into my headphones. I should not do that. I'm gonna break these headphones, and I feel like I kind of already have. 10 out of 10 design. I think this is one of the first. This is not a natural 10, but this is one of the designs. There's not very many of them, but yeah, it is one of the designs that is a 10 or higher with the addition of bonus points. There's probably about maybe like 20 of them. If you check in Cinda's document, you can probably figure out just how many scores have achieved 10 or higher. But it's not a ton. It's not a 10. Fun. That's not a 10. It is a 10. It is a 10. Let me move on to the next one. Look at that. It's 3 o'clock and we're already on the second design. That's crazy. How do we do that? Also, wait, there wasn't a Hoge on the last one. I didn't give myself... There we go. Is this pastel? This was actually also from a monster-themed day, I think. I don't think this was from our pastel day. But honestly, it would kind of fit in with that, too. This is Benzene. She, he, they, at Alien Vtuber. I'm a slime, so I can shapeshift, but all of my designs share the bulbous antenna and color scheme. I have 3 designs I actively use. The one I included is my male model. Does it paragraph? This is not a paragraph. This is like 2 sentences. 4 or more sentences is a paragraph. This is short, but not fully just 1 sentence there. So, conceptually, I don't know. Just looking at this design, I definitely guessed that you were not human. I thought you may have been some sort of demon or some kind of monster of some sort. But being a slime that can shapeshift, I don't know if I would have gotten that from looking at you, because texturally, I'm not getting slime from the texture. Yeah, lack of gloop. I feel like we need to gloop it up maybe a little bit. If not in like making you actually slimy, I feel like we could do something with texture where you have a little bit of it happening. This texture that's in the bulbous, I don't know what to call it, horn thing? Thank you. That's so true. Thank you for that. I did need some refreshing gloop. This could maybe use just a little bit more contrast to it. Not you laughing at me making noises. I could do the like. I should do that for when I get glooped up next time. If you dump gloop on me, I'll do the like finger one. The. Lots of good agey noises. Am I a little delirious? Because I'm under the weather? It may be the case. Perhaps. Yeah, can we save that one for our funny noise compilation for the end of the year? I feel like that'd be a good contender. I'm gonna increase the contrast here. I feel like this just needs more contrast so we can see that highlighted edge more clearly. I love that this funny gloopy antenna is also pierced. I feel like that's so funny. And I will add stronger highlights to it. I'll erase it where the earrings are in a second. I want to know what the experience is like listening to me but not watching me and just, you know, probably zoning out just a little bit only to come back to Whoa! Yep, King Jack, thank you for following. Not enough translucency to read a slime either. That's true. I feel like translucency, you're right, might also benefit. So like, I thought just increasing the contrast would probably be in the right direction. Fighting for my life. That didn't make noise for some reason, which is strange. There we go. So like that, having higher contrast might make it more clearly read as being slimy. Whoops, this is a layer that's got transparency. I am not a clown. How dare you think so? Maybe I'm just a little bit of a clown for making those noises. Like, not really. I feel like this is only the beginning of my power. You've never seen my true powers. Hang on, and then if I like blur this out, we could also make it seem like the hair is kind of being visible through it. Although the problem here is that there's not actually that much behind this to make it seem like it is. Hang on, let me just draw this fully on top and then erase it out. To make it seem like it is transparent. So like if I go like that and go like this and then reduce the opacity of that, like that kind of helps a little bit. It's not opaque, but we might need something else that isn't as opaque than somewhere else. But that feels much more gloopy now. See that? See, spot the difference? Wah. Wah. Similarly, could be in other places. Noise clipped. Oh, thank you, Alive. What up? We are critiquing Vtuber designs. We're glossing them up. Gotta channel that Blade and Soul gloss? That what, Mara? Blade and Soul? I don't know what that means. Is that a reference to something particular? I'm unfamiliar. But generally, I think just adding more of the contrast that I had added to the areas that are already kind of being a little bit shiny would probably be to the benefit of this. And then that can be used to make it feel like we are seeing through things a little more. But yeah, a little bit of translucency may be nice. Oh, there you go. It casts gloop upon ye. It's snotty now. I don't think so. It doesn't feel like snot to me. It just feels like green goo. Maybe I just look at goo too often as the squeegee that I am. Green MMORPG that had gloss slider to make the hips shine? Whoa. That's kind of powerful as a slider, I feel like. That's kind of neat, but I also feel like that might be mildly inappropriate in some manner. Definitely add to translucency. Yeah, like I feel like we just need to add a little bit more translucency, and then if I hang on, blur this out more, it'll feel more like we're getting that sort of edge tension if I just increase the contrast and then whoop, grab that, put it up here. Wait, hang on, am I doing all this in the wrong layers? I might be. Good work, Eej. There we go. Just like a little bit more of the shine in a couple places. And if we do it asymmetrically, it'll feel more natural too, but look at that. So now we're feeling a little bit shinier, a little bit gooier. If you want, I'm always a fan of this. I love when designs feel like they're sort of falling apart just a little bit at the seams when they are something slime related. So even if you just had like one or two like funny little like drippies where you're failing to maintain your form completely properly, I feel like that's something that can go a really long way in pushing us in the direction of understanding that you are a slime. At the end of the day. If you guys get annoyed of me doing that, let me know. Hi, Clouds Nanite. Hello. Needs air bubbles. Oh, yeah, that could be interesting too. Oh man, how in the world would I render an air bubble? I'd have to look at a reference to figure out how to do that, but just as a note, air bubbles in the slime. You're right. Wait, I need a thinner brush. I can't write with this thick of a brush. Air... My handwriting is not doing it today. Nope. Boobles. Air. Bubbles. Good work, EG. Not yet. I think about 5 more gloops would do it. All right, make it happen. Make everyone so sick and tired of hearing me make that sound. Go for it. Opulent Misery. Thank you for following also. Every time I see a green slime character, I think of the song Darrow Darrow Darrowed? I don't know. What is Darrow Darrow Darrowed? I don't know that one. This VOD is gonna be incomprehensible. Anyone trying to watch this VOD is gonna be losing their mind, potentially. Okay, so just a little bit of gloop really goes a long way. Or if you just get a little bit on the arm, or like a little bit on the face, maybe even the ear. I can't do it if I'm laughing. What am I? I'm drowning. Help! Lifeguard, lifeguard! What in the Nickelodeon slime is happening? Help! My body hurts too much to be laughing this time. Lifeguard, help! The roommates are making an attempt on my life. They're trying to drown me. Help! Don't drown our Victorian child shroom. Yeah, I'm too weak. I have no immune system. Just a little bit of... Oh, look, see, I'm immune now. You can't get me now. Ha. Just a little bit of Doritos flavor blasting would be enough to kill me. Don't do it. Don't try it. I don't need this right now. I can breathe through it now. And now the gloop has many colors. Oh, the Miku song. I don't know that Miku song. I'll have to add that to my Miku song investigation. Yeah, don't gloop board the shroom. Hey! Hey, I'm fully immune right now. Your gloop can't do anything to me. Anyways, my suggestions. Miku mentioned, oh my god, okay, there you go. There's your point for that. I had gloop it up on my bingo also. There's your Miku mention for bingo. Anyways, a little bit of gloop really can go a long way in this design, maybe. Okay, so a little bit of gloop, we want that conceptually. Secondarily, I think you need, yeah, please, Alive to Thrive, deploy the keys of jangling. I've gotten so lost in the sauce, and by the sauce I mean the goo. By that I mean, I think you need a little bit more specificity in your clothing. I think you need a secondary motif. Right now, the things that repeat throughout this design are the fact that your clothing has a little bit of wear and tear to it, a little bit of stitching in a couple places, but that's kind of it. I feel like I want you to have just another element, another layer to this concept where you are, yes, alien shape-shifting slime, but like, what if you were alien shape-shifting slime who also visually has a repeating motif that relates to, I'm trying to think that might relate. Snails because of slime, or like just something. Like, what if we had spirals because of snail shells as a repeating motif throughout here? Or, I don't know, you've got these rings in a couple of places, which could very easily go in the alien route of having things that reference the cosmos. But just, I feel like I just want there to be something that's a little more specific in here somewhere. Sorry to make you all think about Uzumaki, but I just want a little bit of that. I do also enjoy the piercings on this design. Your funny little head gloop antenna is pierced. There's a belly button piercing, which I think this is the first time I've ever seen a belly button piercing on a VTuber model. I'm here for it. Your pants are pierced. So I'm wondering if we are leaning into the fact that you are fully made of slime. We could pierce you in other ways that are unusual too. Like, what's stopping me from going like this and having your like shoulder be pierced or something? And then we can see the ring like through your skin, which makes it feel more, hang on. Yeah, makes you feel even more like you are, what layer is this? Like you are translucent. Maybe this is kind of horrifying in some manner, but I feel like using some of those neat opportunities where we can enjoy that you are somewhat transparent would be to your benefit. Before, but they weren't that noticeable. Ah, yeah. Maybe some interesting piercing shapes too. Yeah, so like, since you are, you know, slime can shape shift, bulbous antenna, you are an alien, which I'm assuming just based on your name. You know, we could have earrings and things that are shaped. You already have a heart, but like, I love earrings that are, hang on, shaped like this. Have you seen these? Where people will wear earrings where like their ear is in like this point of the star or something, or other places of it, like non-traditional hoop shapes. Like that could be very interesting for this. Or even if like some of your stuff is referencing goo, where my earrings reference things being long and gloopy and drippy. They're a little more specific. Are those for my design? I have those? Wait, multiple of you have those? I love them, they're so good. But like something like that, even if you wanted to repeat the heart thing that's happening here, you could have like the heart be what the earring is, and then have, you know, this be the part that's going through you. But yeah, something like that, it adds specificity. It's making the heart, or whatever shape it is, more prevalent as a motif in the design, visually. And then, yeah. But yeah, so I enjoy that for, you know, since you are made of goo, why not pierce your shoulder? Why not pierce your hand? Like, there's all kinds of strange things we could lean into because of the world that being made of slime opens up for us. Sorry to cast Unsettles Your Dinner upon all of you. But I feel like I'm always so here for the unsettling of dinners in VTuber designs. I feel like that's something I'm often doing. Heart motif? Yeah, there's already a heart in here once. So I figured, you know, if it's already in here once, it could be repeated. It's on the belt as well. So I'm going to guess that maybe that is intentional and maybe it can come back in other places. Also, my brain always wants to read stitches as numbers. That's just the way that I am. What is this? VIX? What is V? 5, 4? 5, 1, 5, 1, 10? That's a level of creepy though? I guess it is a level of creepy in some way. Not a VTuber to watch while eating, apparently. Usually I think I'm fine to watch while eating. I say my stomach growling. Maybe I have to eat a little more myself. Eat a couple of... Here, popcorn. I am trying to chew. I can't chew and drown at the same time. You'd be surprised. Those are kind of activities you have to take on exclusively to each other. Wet headphones? What? Huh? What? Icky. Anyways, more motif repetition. My favorite activity, drowning. Loophole, swim forever by chewing. That's your life hack. I am a little delirious. Okay. So, So, color-wise, I do think the head is working focally because it is sandwiched between two of the darkest parts of the design, the shirt and the hair. Secondarily, the biggest moment of asymmetry outside of the leg being totally different color for me is this funny bulbous gloop thing on the head, and it's adding to the silhouette. The hair is very spiky, which has shape contrast with the rest of the design, which is otherwise very rounded and smooth and friend-shaped. The hair is spiky, it adds some edge, so therefore it does draw the eye in that manner. The head is also more detailed than anything else, so I do tend to look there first. But I will say I am still just like slightly distracted by this leg. And I think it's just because this leg is similarly, or it's just brighter. So what I might do is just the classic, hang on, the classic, there, sweeping multiply layer situation. Like a nice like blue color or something. Give me a airbrush, there we go. We're so focused, we're so totally focused. Apologize for being late, that's okay. Roommates arrive precisely when they intend to. You don't have to apologize for being late. I do not mind. You do whatever you do during your day, and I am honored that you would bless me with your appearance at any point in time. There we go. Turn that down just a little bit. But then, since this will make the difference between the left leg and the right leg less extreme, potentially, that might help to push the focus higher up in the design. Yeah, that's e.g. sweeping gradient, the classic. We know it, we love it. Secondarily, I think also just kind of looking at the big picture of the design right now, I am feeling a potential want and or need for more things that are adding asymmetry to the silhouette. Don't get me wrong, I am kind of here for how pared down this design is. It's efficient, it's effective, it's simplified. But this is one of those designs where despite how much asymmetry there is in the clothing, it doesn't add to the silhouette. And I don't think, unfortunately, this is a very strong silhouette in general, outside of the hair and the head. So I'm trying to think of what ways I would suggest to increase the effectiveness of the silhouette. Turning these little rings into those hearts, like we had said, would help on one hand. But then I'm also thinking about, okay, we already have clothing that is damaged and or unraveling. What if, you know, like none of the damage really touches the outside edge of anything? And like you see it does just a little bit right here. What if, you know, we had, you know, we can see that this damage is reaching the outside of the extremity in some manner. Down here, like, you know, we've got threads. What if some of the threads weren't, like, perfectly well kept, and therefore they are, you know, extending out off the edge of the body in some manner, you know? Back here we can see maybe there's a thread that's not completely flat and flush down. Adding more of those rings like I did to the shoulder, although I really feel like I should make them much bigger than I just made them. That might be good, but yeah, tearing things up a little bit more. That way we can use those little bits of torn stuff to add something interesting, even if it is very little, to the silhouette. And then on top of that, I feel like I just need something else. Maybe we need to accessorize you in some manner? I think of a good potential accessory. I'm gonna open my Pinterest. I have, one of these days I should show you all, the insanity of the Pinterest boards that I have. I have a Pinterest board specifically for slimes also. I have so many crazy, wild Pinterest boards for like every potential topic. So that way it can help me whenever I'm trying to find something in prep for my consultations. Go-to is always a quirky bag. Quirky bag could be good. I feel like some of the stuff that I might have pulled for, I think I have a demon one. Where is it? Clown, demons, no, dragons, no, where's the demon one? Hang on, hair, blouse, basic, bird, demon, there it is. Some of the stuff I have for demon might be good for it. Where, ooh, yeah, immediately, right out the gate, something interesting I'm seeing is just like cool rings with chain on it. Where we already have these gold hoops here, but I just saw a really cool, what do you even call it? It's like a bracelet that connects into these funny little rings. So like it's like this, and then it has chains that hang down, and it connects onto each finger. And then we get the opportunity because of that to have all these bits of chain, you know, adding to the focal point, adding to the silhouette here. And then that's a very specific kind of accessory. You could have stuff even more dangling from it. If we want to add more stuff that's like chain-like or dangly, that could be interesting. Oh, now that I'm thinking of it, like I've seen some very interesting like body jewelry as well. That could be interesting as well, where like, you know, you get stuff that can come loop down around the body and then they sort of connect in some interesting pattern or something. Maybe that's tighter, maybe this comes across here. Maybe it being this bright wouldn't be helpful. But then that adds an asymmetrical moment, that adds some movement, which is kind of neat. And then by repeating those chain shapes, which also are similar to how the stitching feels and the thinness of the belt buckle, we're getting some repetition. Right now it's probably too bright and too bold. I probably want to tone it back a little bit so it's not as intense. Pick a color that's not as bright. But if you put some time into designing a particular accessory like that, the design will feel all the more specific as a result of it. So I would suggest that, and then just those little pops of asymmetry in the silhouette can go a long ways, mayhaps. Yeah. Hiya, pain. Chain accessories are so cool. I so thoroughly agree. Artboard has 3K pins on it. Yeah, let's see, how many pins do I have? There's 52 just in Demon. How do I check that? I have 16, 47, 28, 13, 28, 33, 28, 52, 31, 37, 23, 28, 26, 28, 32, 1, 4, 24, 1, 10, 39, 1, 20, 1, 4, 90. That's probably a couple hundred, right? One of these days we can add, I might do a stream where we just add to my Pinterest boards too. We try and build a better visual inventory of just things we have in the back of our mind prepared to have on us to make us suggestions for designs. Yeah, she made one big artboard with a bunch of sections. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Mine is all separate boards, so I don't know how that works. I don't use Pinterest that much. I don't like Pinterest that much, despite using it. It's like one of those things that like, I hate it and it's evil because there's so much stuff that's reposted on there without proper credit or anything like that. It's like the worst place for all of that. And there's so much stuff on Pinterest that is also just like AI nonsense. But I will say it's a really good resource for finding and organizing things. It's very convenient. So like, it's not the fault of Pinterest as an application that people are using it for ill cases. I wish they would crack down a little bit more on it and they would take like content claiming more seriously, but like, you do. And ads now. Oh, I don't see ads on there. I have Adblock Plus and uBlock Origin, and I see none. Thieving with Pinterest while still going back to it constantly. I think that is the lifestyle of probably most artists, if I had to guess. But let me draw a ladder. None of you are gonna get the EG forgets the ladder one today. I won't let it happen. I'm too locked in today. We will not get an EG forgetting ladder. Or bingo. Lest I make bingo too easy for you. That's there. There's not really a division line there. There's definitely one here, and definitely one here, and definitely one here. Belt, top of the pants. Bottom of that, top of the shoulders. Neckline, eye line. Whoops, that's not really the eye line. Hang on. Whoop, hang on, try again. There we go. 3 times the charm. This definitely is doing something. And then just like the top of the head. So let's see. Yeah. Yeah. If I use Pixiv instead. I do like Pixiv, I will say. I do like Pixiv. But it's not always as convenient. Thank you for ladder. Once again, totally inclimbable ladder. And surprisingly, this ladder is really leaning to one side. It's really leaning left as far as visual division of space goes, but as far as darkness goes, all the darkest stuff, or the biggest areas of darkness, are on the other sides. This is doing a really good job of maintaining some asymmetrical balance as a result, which is really interesting, because I don't know if I would have noted that if we hadn't done our little bit of ladder testing here. If I do one, I'm running low. Bugs, that is a-okay. You don't need to throw like 90 ladders at me. Your ladder warehouse will empty someday or other. You can only be so many ladders contained there within. Popcorn. I love crunchy snack. I have not had a fish cracker in weeks at this point. Maybe that's why I'm going delirious. First I had stale fish crackers, and then I had no fish crackers. Joby, I need to go grocery shopping this week. We'll probably go tomorrow. So, for this fella, color palette. It's good. Really, no complaints. It works for me. Pink and brown and black and sort of like beige or tan. Lovely. Good variety of color undertones and hues. It's quite nice. Silhouette. I think this is the weakest area here. We need to expand on that silhouette, probably a decent bit. Complexity versus clarity. I want just a little more detail, if at all possible. I just want a little more. I want a little more specificity from something, anything. Give yourself a little bit of accessory. Accessorize. That's what makes or breaks outfits. Accessorize up a little bit. For focal point, it is your head, to me, which is kind of surprising. And I think it might be the contrast of all the flecks in your hair and the sharpness of your hair that's really making it work. So I'll give you full points for that. And then concept and motifs, I feel like there is something to be done texturally to make it clearer that you are a slime, and I want just a little more gloop. We spent a very long time going blue, blue, blue. I want more gloop, significantly. And I do want a secondary motif, which I'm not currently getting visually. So that's where I put that, but I also really like your design. I also just like your design. It's funny that these fellas were all going to be in later points of episodes, but they were also, like, there's at least 3 of them that were characters that I would have put on the cover anyway. Looks you right in the eye. That was really intimidating. Are you intimidated, Shroommates? That's so funny. You can like see my mouth moving too. My tracking is good enough that my finger doesn't track because it doesn't understand that's my hand anymore. Are you intimidating? Intimidated? Move over T-pose. Now you get funny noise. And yes, I am suffering fish cracker deprivation. Maybe that's why I'm so out of sorts. Maybe that's why I'm today. Anyways, let's do math. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5? 8.5? I think. That was proper math, right? Quick math? Right? Maybe? Math jump scare? Joby keeps making me watch this video of a guy who's going, what's 10 plus 9? 21. And then he keeps just saying other things and then going, 21. And then he says something else and goes, 21. And every time I have to do any kind of math now, when I'm trying to do addition, where it's something plus something, my brain is suggesting me that, and so now there's a parasite in my brain, which is that thing that I was forced to hear against my will. Help me. Do you know the thing I'm referencing with that? Yeah, math gone wrong in probably all ways. But, yeah, cognito hazard. Yeah, TikTok psyop. Can we get a round of applause for Benzene here? Please. I've once again tied my hand into my headphone cord. Every time I go to clap, I'm like, bane of anyone's existence. There are people who don't hate math. I don't hate all math. I like practical math. I like stoichiometry. So that's about the only math I like. The math I did in chem I always liked. I never really minded it, but I don't like calculus. Crazy? No way. Not for me. I like situational math. I like arithmetic. I don't mind arithmetic. Odd type of math to like? I have a chem degree. That's the reason I like that kind of math. It's just because I did so much of it. It's like second nature to me. I haven't done very much chem in years, but I can still do stoichiometry like that. I can do stoich in my sleep for any reason. Yeah. I like math when I know it. Yeah, I like it when I can make sense of it. And I like it when there's like quantifiable things that relate to the reality that I'm experiencing engaged in it. So like, it was good with chem because everything was practical and I could visualize whether or not things worked. Like there was more than one way of doing things, of getting the right answer. Like that's when I like math, is when it is handled in that manner. Suddenly my country's saying of math as a city in Russia became real. Is there a city in Russia called Math? Also, I've never heard that saying before. That is wild. Huh. Intriguing. Because then it's like puzzles. Yes, I do like the puzzle solving aspect of math. That's why I focused on organic chem. I love synthesis because it was just puzzle solving. I should make, what if I made a game that was just organic chem synthesis, but it was a puzzle game? I shouldn't do that. Mastermind, monarch of major massive projects, stop. Knock it off. Yes, should. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're breaking into a new sticky note. do it? Oh no, I don't know enough about game dev for that. Organic. Synthesis. Puzzle. Game. A lot of big words there. Could be a game jam? Oh my god, I want to do a game jam so badly because I've been a part of 2 game jams and both of my teams fell through for them. I made all of the art for 2 game jams for the entirety of the games, and then they fell apart at some other part in the step, and then they just never finished. And I want to be in a game jam so bad. I wish that like Niji Sanji or Hololive or like Brave Group or like some VTuber agency would host a game jam, because we would be all over that. Like, I love that Hololive is so supportive of indie games. They should do it on purpose. They should host a game jam. There doesn't even need to be reward for it because people would just want to do it. Just to be like shown off, maybe. What's a game jam? A game jam is just like an event where a bunch of people make a game within a certain period of time. Often they have like a theme or something, or some sort of limitations or requirements, but like they don't have to. So a game jam is just something where very short, concise games, yeah, that are indie made or made by small teams. It's very neat. Yeah, Hololive game jam. Come on, Hololive, let me pitch this to you, please. Please, I want to be a part of one so bad. I will do the art, and I also know how to, yeah, like I know a little bit of C#, I know a little bit of JavaScript. I have used Godot pretty extensively. Like, I know the programming end of Godot quite well. I'd be invaluable to a team, let me tell you. I can animate, I can do 3D, I can do art. Please let me on your team. Love game jams, would love to see a game jam for VTuber fan games. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And yeah, I know some Python also, yeah. For Blender purposes, I learned some Python. Yeah. So, oh man, if there is ever a game jam, maybe we can have like a shroom team. We can be a shroomate team. If there's any of us who can code well enough for it. I feel like most of us are artists, but yeah. I know there's fan-led Hololive game jams, but an official one would be interesting. Yeah! Although if there's fan-led ones, I would participate in that too anyways. I would love to. There's a couple of specific Hololive fellows who I feel like I could have some very interesting concepts for. I just want to make I want to make little like low poly models of like Akka and like Octavio so bad. So bad. I love my little guys. But I just don't have an excuse to do it. So if it were for the sake of a game jam, then I'd have an excuse to do it. And I finally could make the fan art that my heart so yearns to. One day, we'll get there. Anyways, if you're not software engineers here, let's go! Please help me, software engineers. Please help me, software engineers. Anyways, Kiwi! Kiwi! She, her! Sweet Kiwi draw. Squiiji designs of Haka and Octavio in Game Jam fan game would go so hard. I love the designs of Haka and Octavio. Whenever I do my inevitable Squiiji's favorite designs in VTubing, it's gonna be, we're gonna have Kobo, Haka, probably also Octavio. There's probably a couple other fellas. But Hololive got a lot of really like heavy hitters for designs that I'm a huge fan of, so maybe. But yeah, sorry, hang on. Literally in the middle of my sentence of introducing this person, I've gotten distracted. Usual Squiiji is back. Fear not. The Squiiji who could not yap has left the building. The regular Squiiji has been restored, thank you. Not Giwi, no, not Giwi. Kiwi! She, her, sweet Kiwi draw. She is a bat turned human. She was born without any wings to play with, so she tried to make them herself. Her constant failure makes them so ragged and broken. Oh, girly. Her human body is in fact dead. That is why it's so pale. Oh man. Little black blob is called Butters. This is my old design, but would always like to hear about what I can fix about it. Go all out. Yeah, I didn't see a more recent design from this fella, but oh man, that's so sad and also so dark. So I'm guessing these big shapes behind the body are the self-made wings, potentially. And then the dark dot that was being talked about, that's Butters, potentially, here on the chest. So that is why they are so desaturated in the shading, but they do still have a face blush, which is interesting. Paragraph alert. A little bit close. You could maybe count this as a paragraph, although not completely. Although this is mismatched socks. I did use a multiply layer earlier, though. Oh, there's a heart motif. Hang on. I'm realizing that I may have maybe closer to some bingos than I thought I was, but not really that close. Okay. There we go. I've updated my bingo. Thigh highs? Yes, thigh highs and mismatched socks, both at once. And I will say, despite trying to look dead and trying to be pale, you don't actually feel that pale. Which is surprising considering you are really, really light in undertone, and I wonder if it's a contrast thing. Where if we had more contrast, you'd feel more like you're not doing so well in the health department. And I also feel like this is one of those designs where we have the opportunity for the classic eye bags. You are dead, and you are going through it and not feeling so well. Eye bags might be quite nice. Oh, Sailor, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. 6 ads. Good lord. You're like the 4th person who said that today. That's crazy. Twitch, are you doing funny nonsense? What is happening? Oh, Peliovo, thank you for gifting us sub to Art Fun too. Can we rotate? First, Sailor, welcome to the Shroom State. I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate. And then also, can we rotate for Oppo? Am I saying your name in any way correct? Freeze You from Ads Beam has been cast. Thank you for casting Freeze You from Ads Beam. Thank you for sporing a shroomate. You've now been inducted. Oh, I can't even rotate with you because the hype train is on top of my emotes. So you'll have to rotate for me. Somebody spin my head, please. Someone spin my head. I guess I could manually spin my head if I need to, but can someone spin my head? And thanks. Please. Thanks. Thank you, roommates. Also, YouTube is rotating for you as well. Opal with an E and Oppo like a possum. Oh, hang on. Opali? Opa. Oh, Opali Opa? Okay, hang on. Opa. It's gonna take me a couple times to get that one right. Opali Opa. Thank you for telling me. I definitely was goofing it up. No close? Hang on. Opali Opa? Opali Opa? Opali Opa? Is that it? I'm trying so hard. It'll take me a couple tries to get it, probably. Oh, Corey, thank you for gifting a sub to Ren, also. What the heck? Very kind Shroomates here for Monday. Shroomates, hope you weren't done rotating. Thank you, Corey. So very kind of you. Many a Shroomate receiving a rescue today. We're tossing out that rescue rope. What is the thing in Pokemon called where it rescues you from the dungeon? That. Opel Opo. Oh, Opel Opo. I see. Got it. Noted. Bet. Let's keep it going? Sure, you can keep it going if you want. Is it just called rescue rope? Or no, escape rope. Escape rope. The Shroomates are handing escape ropes out. Oh my gosh! Edward handed out 5 escape ropes! Thank you, Edward! Very kind! Can we continue rotating? I hope you're not dizzy. And if you are dizzy, just keep spinning anyway. The Shroomates are powerful. We will triumph over dizziness. We don't get nausea or vertigo here in the Shroom State. We just keep spinning. Thank you, Edward, for sporing many a Shroomate. If you got gifted a sub, please say thank you. Also escape with Pokemon moves like Dig or Teleport. Good to know. We are escaping via those things. Yeah, spin in the other direction. Quick, counterbalance it. You know how planes have propellers when they have 2? The propellers, if just one goes, the whole plane like shakes. And then you do the other one to kind of counterbalance it, but then everything just kind of like a little bit. That. We should do that. We should work on that. Thank you. Thank you. Very kind. Oh, my stomach is still making hungry noises. Let me eat popcorn. Keep it at bay. Hang on, where was I? I've been so thoroughly distracted. By kindness, at least this time, and not my own folly. Oh, eye bags. If you are not doing so hot as a character, I want to see it. I want to see it. Give me some eye bags. Let us see your little bit of suffering that you're experiencing. Honestly, we could do a little more than that, even. Yeah. There we go. That also makes the face even more focal. I'm interested by this repeating motif that is a bear also throughout, where bear head shape in this giant, super exaggerated zipper, the same shape as Butter's little creature, and then it is also in these hair ribbons. I do think these hair ribbons need to be larger. because I can't quite see them where they are presently. Let me make them a little bit bigger. Classic Squiiji exaggeration situation. What? And then if we spaced these down like this to here, and then, hang on, follow me. We moved this bit of hair that's tied under it. Hang on. On this one. No, not this one, on this one. If we moved it to like down here and made it taper in a lot more extensively, that would also be good for silhouette. But I will say, with that in mind, your silhouette is already pretty good, so I don't know if that's overwhelmingly important, but it wouldn't be a bad thing to have more silhouette, always. You see my first ever commission from VGen that I commissioned someone else to draw for me? Life is good? Hell yeah. I've only used VGen to commission someone once, and it was zany, and it was also fantastic, and life was very good for it. I use VGen so much to receive, or to have people commission me. I don't really commission other people very often. I tend to just do it myself, I say, because I don't want to inflict my pickiness on others, but I am also fearful. Like the 3 times I've ever commissioned people, it went very poorly. One person, like, I got the treatment of being a small VTuber, unfortunately, for the one, where what they drew for me did not at all match their references. For one of them, they never delivered it, even after like 9 months. The one I'm speaking of was the chat overlay that was supposed to be for YouTube. I commissioned a chat overlay for YouTube in October, and they were supposed to have it done by December. And I got my charge back on that one, but they never delivered on that. I also commissioned a background, like a phone background for you guys, that also was never delivered, and I had to charge back. So all 3 of the commissions I ever tried to do for VTubing all fell through, so I'm like, you know, I will just do it myself. Yeah. Never a bad experience on VGen, but only comm twice. Surprisingly, all of the ones I had were on VGen, unfortunately, so it was not great. But what can you do? Yeah, definitely a bruh moment for real. Commissions are scary, and at this point I'm like, I will just do it myself, or I will find a trusted compatriot to just pay via PayPal for it. Or like, I'll have Billy made things for me. I paid Billy via Venmo because I'm friends with Billy, but like, I'm so fearful. It's scary. You don't know who to trust sometimes on there. It's tough. Had some bad ones on Fiverr. Yeah, Fiverr is not fantastic for that all the time. And Fiverr also tends to side with the creator. Well, they side with both depending, but a lot of people get scammed. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry, that was a surprise sneeze. That sneeze was a surprise to me and you. I didn't know I was sneezing until I was already sneezing. Thanks. Also, thank you guys all for the gifted subs and the hype train. Is very kind of you. Choo choo. I got a funny little round yellow looking fella. Allergic to Fiverr scams. Yeah, exactly. Allergic to Fiverr scams. So I'm not saying don't commission people. Do absolutely commission people, but do be careful. Man, I would love to do some commissioning though. Sure, we got Shrewmates for a bunch of stuff too. That's true. I commissioned Zany because I knew Zany, and I was like, I know Zany would not betray me. This is like, I will go out on my limb here and put myself out into the world commissioning someone. And of course Zany delivered. And Zany delivered fantastically, and I adore the art Zany made for me. So Shrewmates, maybe you are my targets. Oddly enough, never got scammed in Fiverr. VGen, however, really, that's wild. VGen just like always sides with the creator, which is kind of a problem when you are scammed, unfortunately. But I did successfully charge back both times I needed to. Anyways, this design, because I've gotten distracted. Exaggeration! Exaggerate those so we can see them more. Exaggeration 2.0. You've got these really big, chunky paws, or you've got paws that feel like they could almost be big and chunky. Make them bigger, make them chunkier, exaggerate them. Please, they'd be so cool if you did. I would love to see it. And then secondarily, I do have some clarity trouble with this design because a lot of things are sort of blending together and there's not really a clear light source happening. I think it might just be the fact that a lot of the shading is done with airbrush, but I think that having more consolidated shadows would probably be beneficial here. So let me get a multiply layer. just because I'm having a hard time seeing where this ends and these cape-like objects behind the body are beginning. And then same deal around the hips, like this area right here is getting a little hard to understand. So yeah, we do need more contrast. Let me And as always, I am such a big fan of drop shadows or any design for any reason. Designs feel so much more grounded when you can see that objects that overlap each other are casting shadows on each other. So here, I'm just gonna bring this like kind of into there, darken this because it's behind, and then I'll turn this down. This is like way too strong right now, bear with me, but it will get less intense. There we go. But we can use these to make designs feel like they have more depth, and then also to provide a little more clarity. So like if I come down here, that's behind things. This is casting a shadow on here maybe because it's in front of it. But then I might also want to just darken some stuff around it a little more. But do you see how we're getting a little bit more clarity and the shapes are reading a little more from a distance? Similarly, I would probably put it around the bottom edge of the collar here. Make a clearer shape under the neck, more under the collar. Under this thing, you could probably have some, so that way it feels like this is sitting on top and like it's not sitting flush to the skin, maybe. Somebody drop shadows, everybody rushes to their bingo. Oh, it's on my bingo. Oh, there were colored glasses though. Hang on, I'm one away from bingo. Do you wanna know what I would get bingo if I did? What if I cheated? What if I cheated at bingo? What if I cheated at bingo? I'm one away. I never win bingo. I'm not gonna cheat at bingo right now. Maybe I won't cheat. Maybe it'll just happen. Maybe it'll just happen. But I've never won away from bingo. I hope bingo's going well for all of you. Yeah, drop shadows are a good thing to add to any design. I feel strongly about this. There, I think that helps. And then like, you know, down here too, and probably in here because this is back behind the body. That we can see where things are overlapping. Under here because this is where the skirt would be casting a shadow on the leg. But all of that would be very good for clarity's sake. And then even down here on the feet as well. I do also think that despite this silhouette being pretty decent, there's a lot going around the head. I do wish that there was a little bit more exaggeration happening around the ankles too. The way that this fabric has been drawn makes it feel like it's supposed to be kind of slouchy or like it's baggy in some way. So if it's baggy, I would like to see it tapering a little bit more. So that way it's thinner up by the knee and then tapering out to being wider around the ankles. Yeah. Then throw a bingo link. Bingo is pinned, but we can also have bingo links too. Wasn't there a wrong layer, Kronk? I don't think there was. I don't think I've wrong layered, have I? I feel like I have not. I feel like I've done a pretty good job about my layers so far. But yeah, so a little more exaggeration, drop shadows. Those would be beneficial. As far as motifs go here and concept, I see that you are a bat who is a human. Your ears make that pretty clear immediately. Your handmade wings, I am hoping, maybe they do, maybe they don't. I'm hoping that maybe they're attached to your wrists. So that way when you raise up your arm, it becomes like, you know, when kids have those capes that look like wings, you know, for playing, as we've mentioned play here. That might be beneficial in that direction. And maybe it's just the pose where I can't tell that that's what's happening right now. So yeah, there may be a bat wing motif happening throughout. There's also the repeating motif of this sort of bear head shape that happens here. And then it's also on the bottom of the bows, and then you've got your singular earring with your creature hanging on it. But I do feel like, once again, I want something else going on here. You are a bat. I guess that you are undead in some way. But I feel like, once again, I'm wanting something more conceptually from it, but I am getting at least all the things that you intended for us to get from it, other than the fact that I don't really think you look like you're dead. Inherently? So pale, cold butters. Yeah. Is that a wing motif? Oh, for bingo, I would say so, probably. Likely. Yeah, conceptually, I would like at least something else, another layer to your concept. For focal point, your face is very focal, and I think it's because of the giant asymmetrical moment of your ears, but also this being the widest, most exaggerated part of the design in general is also helping. Your one eye that is much cooler in undertone also makes the face pretty focal. The level of detail in the hair, where, you know, most of the clothing isn't super detailed. They're pretty big, flat areas, but the hair is way more specific. But I think maybe that's what has me yearning for something, is the fact that the clothing still feels just a little bit non-specific. I said this on the last one too, where, I don't know, sometimes being able to see the construction lines of clothing makes it feel more specific, or, you know, if there were cutouts in it that were a little bit more specific in shape. These pockets kind of feel like they're just pinned on right now, and I'm wondering if there might be a way to incorporate a pocket that feels more ingrained in the design itself in some way. And then some of the fur, I feel like can maybe be a little more exaggerated, or using that sort of fluffy shape language somewhere else might be good as well. Yeah, I feel like fur being a lot tougher. Yeah, like I feel like this fur could be scruffier, maybe. It's very fluffy. But like even if it's on these paw shapes here, and we have that kind of thing where you get like little bits that sort of like break the outer edge, that makes them feel a little bit scruffier, a little more ripped up and bigger. I didn't notice on my phone at first. Yeah, maybe we do need to exaggerate them if you're not noticing it from a distance. But I do think we need a little more texture maybe for visual interest as well. Potentially. And then this giant metal zipper. I'm seeing the zipper arcing across the chest. I'm wondering if maybe I would like there to be sort of like a repeat in the zipper somewhere, where maybe the skirt is zipped. And then we can tell that it's not zipped up all the way, and you can have something, hang on, hanging on it here. Maybe not the same exact shape, but I mean, if you wanted to, that'd probably be fine. But that way the zipper is in more than one place, and zippers become more visually important in the design. Zippers wrapping around things is always very interesting, where you could have zippers wrapping around the paws, or zippers running up the sides of these pants. Let me make this bigger. Like this could just use a bit more exaggeration so we can see it from a distance maybe. Even these fluffs could probably even be bigger, because why not? Yeah, I think so. This person's such a cutie. I do agree with that. This is such a cutie. Thanks, and did good shape language phrase happen? I think I blanked out. I don't know if I said those words. I don't know if I said those words yet, but repetition of the shapes that are in here. Let me look at the rubric. What do we talk about? Color palette. I feel like the color palette is maybe just a little bit one note. If it weren't for the purples and the undertones of the shading, I would feel like we need a little bit more from it, but it's okay as is. There is a little bit of clarity trouble happening in the overlap of some of the dark areas. We need more contrast to differentiate them. So I might put that like here. It's not anything that's super make or break, but there is enough of it that I feel like I need to mention it. For silhouette, your ears are really big and exaggerated, but I do want more exaggeration from your paws and from your leg warmers / socks, given what the fabric type seemed like it was. Your head is really good for silhouette, but the rest of it wasn't as much. You are at least kind of asymmetrical with your ear posing, your hoge, your singular earring, but your sock height isn't adding to this asymmetry, and neither is the asymmetry in the middle of your body. Is it paws or giant sleeves? Either or. Whichever it is. I think I will stand by the point that I had made. Oh, Laura Dallas, thank you for following. That's so funny. I like just looked up there to make sure that I hadn't missed saying thank you to anyone, and you appeared. Hello, good timing. Silhouette. It's almost there. I think it just needs a little more work. For complexity versus clarity, once again, I'm feeling we just need a little more specificity in the clothing. Potentially. Maybe. For focal points, it is your face because of level of detail. Then concept and motifs, I once again think that you need a second layer or just another layer to your concept. If not, just pushing harder into the kinds of motifs you already have going on. If you want the character to be dead and you want them to have this really dark lore going on about them, make that more prevalent. I want to see more of it. But I did think you were very cute otherwise. Hi, Selma. Like I would ever miss a stream. Don't worry, Selma, I never doubted you. I didn't doubt you for a second. I didn't think you'd miss a stream under any circumstance. Don't worry. The perfect crewmate attendance, fellas, I assume you'll be here at some point. Or even if you don't mention that you're here, I assume you're just watching somewhere in the distance. So, I think that's a grade, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5? Is that 2 8.5s in a row? I'm surprised. There we go. Also, hi Hoshi. Yeah, mostly lurk during these streams. Yeah, I usually, I imagine for the most part that most people lurk. I appreciate the lurkers very much. So like, don't worry, if I'm not seeing your name, I don't assume that that means you don't watch me. Clappy, yeah, round of applause. Dee 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 dee. Very quiet clap while I hold popcorn in my hand. Oh, someone threw another shroom at me. Who else is here? This shroom is attached to me, though. What is that about? Hello? Yippee! Round of applause for Kiwi. Lurking 1 year out for Squiiji mentioning height in any capacity. That's how it goes. Oh, that was Selma! It's late, though. It threw one early and then threw one later. Hi, Selma. Welcome back for 13 months. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate and also clap. Yippee! 13 months is still crazy. Yeah, Selma just subscribed. There it is, yeah. Do I have a delay? I wonder if there's a delay happening, mayhaps. Intriguing. Usually pop in on other days just to check in, be lurking. These are my most social days, to be honest. Good work, I'm proud of you for being social. Thank you, Selma. Let me keep us schmoovin'. King of the Pillows, thank you for following. Eris. So this is one that was actually prepared for our first monster design critique that we did way back last October. This is one that was prepared way that long ago that had somehow been missed. And you can tell how long ago some of them are prepared by the font being used for them. Because if they're not in my handwriting font, like hang on, if we look, this is from a while ago because it's in this super rounded font that's only lowercase. This is in the rounded super lowercase font. This is in the rounded super lowercase font. This is in a totally other font as well. This is in band shrift. What is in this one in? This is what things should be in the font of in modernity. So like, I guess this must be the oldest one I have here right now. That's kind of crazy. Hang on, I just realized that. Intriguing. But they have a tale about what happened. Ah ha 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 ha. After return to work. Selma, I'm glad you appeared, gave me a pun, and then vanished into the night again. Always a memorable appearance. So this is Eris, she, her, Exithal, and no notes. Direct quote of what was said. She just said no notes. So like, I know there's a bingo spot for no description or like one sentence. I would let you count this for either probably. I'm gonna celebrate fishnets being present here. Because now I get to use that for a point. And yeah, I think this is 2S safe. I don't think there's a 2S issue here. These might be a little bit low on the hips, but I don't think Twitch is that good at discerning what's going on there. And the fact that we can't see where the thigh is meeting the leg, I think makes it qualify A-okay, potentially. And there's no like under breast or anything like that showing, so it should be good. Mayhaps. So, first things first, right out the gate, I love this crazy, super exaggerated tail. We are definitely in the monster zone here. Yeah, and it is so deviant art. I do love this. People are saying so 2007. Very scene in nature. Yeah, old original rare species. Yes. Yes. I agree. So you are a cat girl, but you are a cat girl with another added layer that is monstrous. And I hope that you have somewhere in your model a toggle that lets this tail sit up by you, or like even if this is like a TTS pet or something, I feel like that'd be beautiful, wonderful, lovely in every way. I'd be so here for it. For silhouette, this is doing all of the work right now though. Big baggy shapes with big long hair on top of it. We are getting a very like, We're emphasizing length. We're emphasizing things being sort of, what is the word I'm looking for? Downcast? From the shape of the hair, all, you know, cascading down, the jacket being big and exaggerated, cascading down, these two straps that cascade down. But I want a little bit more happening in the silhouette. Because the silhouette is very symmetrical, and other than just like color inversion, you are completely symmetrical otherwise. So give me some asymmetry. That's like my most commonly said phrase, probably. One thing away from pastel colors. Pastel colors are up to your own discretion. If you think they're pastel, you can probably count pastel. I'm not gonna check you. Very Cheshire cat with purple stripes. That is also true. We're getting a little bit of like a trickster kind of feeling from that as well, maybe. But, you know, you've got these straps in your torso area. Why do they have to be symmetrical the way that they are? Why couldn't we have, like, I don't know, one that comes down across the center or across the side? Give me some asymmetry. Or, like, you could even have ones that are, like, up here still, too. So that way we get repetition. Or, you know, you have your asymmetrical tights and fishnets. You could have fishnet in some part of the top, somewhere else. Thinking about scene things from this time period, I feel like there's a missed opportunity here. You already have your ringed tail. Could we do the raccoon stripes in your hair, maybe? I feel like that would be such like a good thing for the vibe that you are. Let me see if I go like this. Yeah. And then I might take like one of the lighter colors just to make it more exaggerated. If that's what's happening, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, raccoon tail in the hair. We already have striping somewhere else. And you only maybe need it on like one portion of the hair. And like maybe this one here too, but I would love to see that. Complete the look. Just complete the look. It's already halfway there. Complete it. Ads are going crazy today? Are they really? Why? That's so odd. I haven't changed anything. That's a Twitch thing if they are. Huh. I know that telework on actual model wouldn't make sense for the centerpiece to be hidden most of the time. I would hope that it's posed in a way where it's peeking up above her shoulder, if at all possible. Or like, you see how Gary is for me? Gary's kind of like an extension of my body here. And maybe her tail can sit sort of in that space where it's kind of low, so it's not gonna obstruct the game in any way. But then we can still see it interact and move. And man, I hope it is mouthing and talking and saying things perhaps. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us some to cotton candy floss. Edward, y'all are very big on the Shroomate rescue from ads, and I'm always very appreciative of the efforts. Thank you, Edward. Can we rotate for Edward, please? Can I get a little rotation, please? Not a little. We can have plenty. We can have infinite rotation, actually. Not just a little. We can have as much rotation as we like. Neighbors are still shooting off fireworks. Mine were too. Mine shot them off on like Wednesday night last week, and I don't know why. Who sets off fireworks on a Wednesday? Come on. Give me rotation. Thank you, Edward. Also, I hope you enjoy your rescue.
I am Squiiji's monster. Gra. Ga. Rog. GRR. Raw.
Oh, Gary, you're so cute. You're so cute. Ga. Ra. You're so cute. Oh, my precious, scary little guy. You're so horrifying. Ah, oh no. You're Squiiji's monster in the sense of Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster, aren't you? Also. Everybody's sending hearts. Gary, they love you. You're so cute. Anyway,
I am
raccoon
going to
pattern.
burn a building down.
No, you're not. You're too cute. You would
Rawr.
never. Can I get a RAR XD? Gary, can I get a RAR XD to fit the vibe of this design, please? You could be very on vibe with this one. Come on. You know you wanna give me a RAR XD. Popcorn. I've been so much better at eating snack today than usual. I'm proud of myself. Okay. All the points? That's okay. You don't have to.
RAR.
There it is.
XD. RAR XD.
Oh, don't worry. Hoshi and Mur have your back. There's always someone who has enough points in this room state. There you go. Sip of your water. We're back into it. So, hair, texture, good. The piercings on the face are interesting. Once again, I'm going to say, we have triangles, we have crosses, we have lightning bolts. Would I be crazy?
I'm the monster, rar rar rar.
You are the monster, Gary. That's so true. Gary, what are your thoughts on Monster energy drinks as the monster? How do you feel about the fact that they have, in fact, stolen your trademark and marketed something that looks and maybe kind of tastes like battery acid in your name? Crazy. What are your thoughts? Anyways, I am getting like the subtlest of, like bowling alley and arcade floor from this pink and blue. Especially where it's down here. It almost feels like that one, you know that one cup? The cup. You know, the styrofoam cup that has the blue swooshy thing on it? I feel like we're getting all these little references, and I want more of them, mayhaps. Drink an immense amount of Monster, it's concerning. Color me concerned. How does Squiiji know the battery acid taste? Jubby also drank a concerning amount of Monster for a while. Arcade, you say? Yeah. I want more of that, maybe, where, you know, we've got arcade type patterns. This already feels reminiscent of half-toning, which I also associate with that era. But what if we leaned into a secondary motif here of like arcade floors and what is that aesthetic called? There's a word for it. I can't think of what it is now. Oh, what is it? What is it? But that, you know what I'm talking about. You know the one where it's bright pops of color and a repeating pattern on a dark floor, and they're very graphic, usually very sharp, repeating lots of squiggles, lots of circles. I don't know what it's called. But that. So if I had a suggestion to make to you here, I think that your outfit could benefit from the specificity that could come from, yeah, arcade floor, arcade core, maybe? A little bit of arcade core. I think that would fit in with your generally slightly emo aesthetic. And then would also help push your design just have a little bit more specificity and interest, which I think it just needs a little bit of. Because right now you're a little non-specific, other than your big old tail. And I do think that adding the patterning to your hair makes it more specific. Because unfortunately, there are a lot of VTubers who have cat ears and very long hair. So as far as silhouette goes, we have to do some more things to distance you from them, potentially. Retro wave, vapor wave, yeah, one of those words maybe? Maybe all of those words also refer to it, maybe? I could see them all working, but I think all of those could be to the benefit here. Your little heart-shaped ahoge, cute. Your boots having some wings on them, also cute. Zippers are good. Maybe to add to asymmetry, you don't need to have an even number of belts either. You could have an asymmetrical amount of belts. And then maybe not all of your belts have to be the same length either. They can overlap. I'm not sure to think of what ways I would spice it up a little bit more. Potentially. One of those things that hang on, this is a silhouette thing. Something I love from emo fashion, I always adored when people did this with their clothing. I love the thing where people wear clothespins. Like, just like, as like a fashion thing. The way I've drawn them might be too much, but that in the silhouette would go really hard. It'd be really cool. That's one of those things that I think always works quite well for this aesthetic. Let me like give them like the dark corners on them so they aren't as overwhelming. Your hands are completely covered, but also, secondarily, you know those rubber bracelets? Rubber like concert or like band bracelets? They used to sell them at the Hot Topic, ye old Hot Topic. You wore them to Warped Tour, what are they called? I don't know what they're called. We've talked about them before. But I feel like that might be also something kind of funny that could make for an interesting anklet. Where if you just had a couple of those like colored bracelets stacked around your ankle or even like around the bottom of your boot, like one of them was like way bigger and fell down or something. That would be interesting. It would add a little bit of asymmetry. And then if you made just like fake logos or something on them for like whatever band it is, that adds some specificity as well. An accessory tail on their belt loop, like the scene girlies. Yes! Yes! I am with you! Yes, oh my gosh, hang on, I'll just draw it like this, and then I'll put the texture on, but yes! The belt loop tail. Oh my gosh. See, I can tell that a number of the shroommates lived through these times, went to maybe malls during these times, also maybe participated in these sorts of styles themselves during these times. It's me. I'm the one who did all of those. There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now we're getting more repetition of stripes, which I think is interesting. Look at that. That's beautiful. Still do? Hell yeah, I'm so here for it. I'm so here for you still dressing that way. Low key, I love dressing that way when I get the opportunity to. As a teacher, I don't get to. But when I can, oh man, I do take my opportunity. Out an Invader Zim jacket at Hot Topic with comically large zipper. Oh, see Hoshi, I'm glad you're also aware of Invader Zim. I'm glad Invader Zim has not faded from the intrigue of the youths. Colorful arcade buttons for cufflinks. Yeah, there could be all kinds of interesting things that could be added here. Just as little details that would fit with the era that the clothing is from. So this is one of those things where I feel like there's just like so much abundant opportunity to do more here in a way that makes me a little bit sad that more has not been done with it, but there's always opportunity to do more. And then we were talking about earlier, like, look, we've got a bunch of earrings, we've got like a bar through the ear, which I feel like we could make, you know, these light parts where it sticks through even bigger and more exaggerated. We were talking about, you know, all the crazy, weird, strange shaped earrings that they sold at Ye Olde Hot Topic. You could even wear, like, you have a cross here. Who says we can't pierce these things even? And then you could have like one of those like crazy, like strange crosses. I'm just drawing the earring I have right now. In that too, like that's adding a weird little asymmetry moment. Screw earrings, dragon earrings. What other ones were there? I feel like there were cat ones too. There's all kinds of wild stuff. Or even if we wanted to repeat the paperclip, we could, or not paperclip, the safety pin. Like this could be a safety pin going through the ear too. Right? Get more repetition. So high schooler coded, I want to give her a hall pass. You can't wear this to high school. You can't wear crop tops to high school. That doesn't work. No. I've just had teachers show up in cosplay? Really? That's interesting. Joby showed up for Halloween as a hockey player. So I guess it's not unheard of, but I've never dressed up like anything in particular to teach. Got actual dress codes in education where I am, just don't be naked. Oh, see that is also good, but we had crazy dress codes. This would be dress code infraction out the window here. Can't have your tummy out. Can't really show cleavage. Your shorts are too long. Shoulders are covered. That would not work. Use bright crop tops over darker shirts. Over dark, tighter shirts. Or under, also, alternatively, where you could have, like, people would wear, like, the, what do you call them? Like, the really, like, slouchy off-the-shoulder shirt underneath. This is gonna be too bright for the way that it is right now. And then, like, you know, maybe we can see down here that it's something that you've, like, cut up underneath, and then we can see that this is, like, some sort of, like, band shirt that has a graphic on it or something. I feel like there's a lot of opportunities to jazz this up even further, even more, put more references to that era and that time period in a way that further pushes asymmetry, that further pushes silhouette a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Kato! Hello! Welcome in! Shroommates, you know the deal. Rotate at them. Rotate at them. Hi, Kato! I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, also art educator, and we are critiquing VTuber designs here today. We are critiquing monsters specifically, and we're looking at a very lovely cat girl, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with cat girls coming over from that corner of the internet. What were you doing? The last thing you were seen doing was looking outside? Were you touching grass? That's good. Is that a game title? Hello, and welcome in. I hope your stream was swell. I hope you enjoyed touching grass and or looking outside. Oh, it's a game. Okay, scary one at that. Oh, okay. I'm clutching my pearls already. It was fun though. But no, we did art. Oh, it's lying to me. Oh, it's telling me fibs. I'd watch Ben 10 clips? Hell yeah, that sounds like a fantastic stream. Art and Ben 10? I am here for it. Hey, Kato, you did art? Hey. Hi. Hello. Would you like to pay art tax? Would you care to share with us what you were up to, what you were doing on stream? Can we see? You don't have to, but if you'd like to send us a funny little link to, like, if you have it on Twitter or like a Discord link or something like that, do it. I would love to, Snoop. We love a little art snack. I'm hungry. They're glooping me up. Also, I hope you enjoy my sound effects. But also, if you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me meing, I say, let me do both of those things, actually. Please take care of yourselves. Yeah, Rand, thank you for throwing me some snacks. I will take a handful of popcorn as a treat right now, right here, right now. If you guys want to stick around and hang out and provide some feedback to these designs, you are more than welcome to, and you are even encouraged to do so. But if you need to do those things to take care of yourself, please prioritize it. Popcorn. Did I have anything else I had to say here? Other than, I want you to lean harder into your concept. Maybe bring another layer into your concept. More little things for asymmetry. More repeating motifs throughout. The color design itself is very nice, very visually appealing. Purple, you had little hints of pink and blue, which made sure that there's enough visual interest coming from color. For focal point, I've kind of goofed it up. I made this a little too bold, this area where I put this bright blue shirt. But if we were to ignore the changes I had made, your face is very focal because that's where your hair is all coming from, and your hair is the bulk of the purple on your physical body. So I would say the focal point works pretty well. You have brown or maybe gold eyes, which they aren't pulling us in as much as they could, but it's not really an issue because your hair pulls us in enough to want to look at your head. What have I not mentioned? I think I might start looking at the rubric just to see if there's something I need here. Oh, see, Moobot does tend to do that. You are permitted. So I traced some of the things like my position in the hands on both the characters. Everything else is mine. I cannot draw good yet. That is a-okay. We appreciate your effort. Moobot rebels. That's okay. I got the link. Fear not. I am very powerful and I can triumph over Moobot and its dislike for links from places that we are meant to be able to have them. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Imgur, please let me view it. Ingbiger, I beg of thee. Imgur does not like my ad blocker. Refresh. There we go. Got it. Oh, wait, this is cute. This is cute. Look at this, mate. Look at this. Look how cute. I know this is you. Who are you hanging out with here? Who are you hanging out with you in your pose here? It's very adorable, right, Jermaine? It's very tasty art snack. Delicious. Why does Moobot not get mad at subs, gets mad at everyone else? I don't know why Moobot shows favoritism to subs. It's not helpful, but there's certain links that are whitelisted, and Imgur links I did whitelist, so who knows? My friend, her name is Showa. She made my new chibi model. Oh, cute. Very cute. Showa's got a good haircut. I am here for this haircut. Popcorn. This is really cute. Good work so far. Also, good for admitting when you use things to trace as a reference. But everything else is looking fantastic. You're doing great work in your practice of art. And tracing, if you're just using it to learn things, is not a bad technique. Because now you're getting more familiar with what hands or other parts of the body look like in that shape. Good work. Thank you for sharing. Roommates, can you say thank you? Roommates, can you say thank you for the very yummy art attacks we've been blessed with here today? Moobot playing favorites? Yeah, I know, right? Moobot, you can't be doing that. You can't be playing favorites out here. We don't do that in the Shroom State. We don't abide by those rules. Everything goes. But thank you. I will take care of your little fellas, Kato. Fear not. Did scream a lot on streams. Will be lurking and resting my voice. Go for it. Take care of yourself, please. Please look after yourself. Thank you for dropping your guys off. We'll take good care of them. Good luck. I hope your voice feels better. Was I starting to grade? Is that what I was doing? I think it was, right? Yeah. Color palette. Lovely. No concerns, no clarity issues. It's working for me. Silhouette. You need more. Your tail is fantastic, but your hair and your outfit really isn't adding a ton. So finding opportunities to add things like the funny little tail clipped onto the belt, or little things around your ankle, like those little rubber bracelets, or, you know, clothespins on one shoulder but not the other. Increase your asymmetry and increase the recognizability of your silhouette. I think also You were too symmetrical, which is the other reason why I put that right there. Let me do a ladder test on you. Sadly, I will not be getting... Wait! Did we do a ladder test on Kiwi? I almost just said, I was like, sadly, I will not be getting bingo because I am going to remember to do a ladder test on this one. Did we do a ladder test on Kiwi? I don't remember. Hang on, I can go back and check. My memory is not serving me right now. Oh, hang on. Wait, this is almost climbable. Potentially. Not to spoil, not to foreshadow. If the head was upright, the eyes would be there. Top of the head, top of the ears. Toss me an object. Toss me a ladder, mayhap, if you would like. You don't think you did? Oh! I am being raided again! You can still toss ladders at me, but you also, Shrewmates, must rotate for the raiders. Hi, Mari! Hello! Welcome in, Mari Raid. How are you, fellas? Oh, this is so funny. Some of the Shrewmates who were lurking in Mari's stream are also with it. Welcome in, fellas. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi and also an art educator. We are doing VTuber design critiques today, and we're looking at monster VTubers. They're very monstrous. We are on our 4th design today. I'll show you her. We're looking at a very lovely scene-inspired, like early 2000s scene-ish monstrous cat girl here. But welcome in. Mari, Shrewmates, if you're not familiar, I think you're familiar with Mari. We rated Mari a couple times. But Mari is a fantastic artist and character designer. So if you like the things that I do, you will definitely enjoy very much the things that Mari does. Do check out Mari, pretty please. How was your stream, Mari? What were you up to? What were you doing? We just had some delicious art tags from Kato, like 30 seconds ago there. Were you working on art? Did we get a shout out from Mari also? Question mark? I might have missed it. I might have been too yap. I am rotating, which is the correct spirit to have when you are rated, but... Mari did art emotes? Let me see. Hi, can we see? Mari, would you care to pay art tax? Would you care to show us what you were working on so that we may snoop and have maybe perhaps a delicious art snack? Maybe? We're fed so well, Shrewmates. You can't say you aren't fed well here today. Also, Storm of Thunder and Kuro Bull, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Yeah, they got their open, waiting mouths. Did a tier list of the emotes we have and decided to check which ones stay and which ones need a revamp. Oh, that's so smart. That is so smart. Clapping emote plus using, that's what Mari did. We have this one. So wait, so that's the art tax? The art tax is the clapping? Hang on. Am I still subscribed to you? I might be. No! I'm not. I thought I was. I was subscribed to you last month. But yay! Turn that one black and white. Oh, for better suffering imagery. That's so cute. I love those. We have a clap too, but your clap is very fancy. We can clap back. we can clap back, snap back in the fight. Clap back, and I'm sure mates. I'm facing the other direction. That's so cute though. That's so smart for figuring out what emotes to keep or which ones to replace or which ones to add mayhaps. I've been meaning to supplement my emotes for a while. That is so cute though, Mari. Peachy is the cat. Thank you for following also. Great for brainstorming. Yeah, I could use to add to my incomprehensible sticky notes that have all of my midstream brainstorming on them. Right now, my current midstream brainstorm says organic chemistry synthesis puzzle game. We looked at one earlier that just listed random sentences. See their tier names? Yeah, let me see. Oh wait, here, yeah, we can snoop. We can snoop on this. We can snoop generally on all of Mari's very lovely, beautiful emotes. Look how cute these are. Mari, you're so plushifiable. You're so easily plushified. You work so well for emotes, just as a design. So here, our tiers are use all the time, very popular, squid. We love squid. Bonk, okay, yeah, squeeze. A bald shake, yeah, very good. Use sometimes. Mari, I see this emote in my chat often. The blanky one. I see blanky often. There's another one that I see often in my chat as well. I'm not sure which one it is right now. It might be one of the freak out ones. I think it's for something, an emotion that the Shrewmates are incapable of feeling without your help. An emotion that Squiiji does not make, apparently. Rarely use. Don't use at all. Oh, They don't dab at all? You guys are given the opportunity to dab and you don't use it? That's super sweet. It is. I love seeing other people's emotes in my chat. Very often, I see, oh, what is her, Lala? Is that what her name is? The one who is the 50s themed diner? I see her emotes all the time and it warms my heart. I see Rainy emotes often. I see Yomi emotes. It makes me very wholesome, yeah. I prefer the wholesome emotes and Dab is trolly. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, you know, honestly, seeing the would use with changes. These are such good expressions, but yeah, it does seem like they do tend to gravitate more towards wholesome here, which is very sweet and very kind and pleasant. Jacob Craven, thank you for following. And also Sharp and Whisper, did I say thank you already? I might have. My brain is not fully attached today. Is it on Discord games? Does that count? I would say that counts. I would definitely say that counts. Starry Snail also, thank you. Mars art style lends to wholesome emotes. That's also true. You guys are very polite. I would agree with that. You guys have stopped by before and you guys have been nothing but overwhelmingly polite as well. So thank you for your politeness and for stopping by and sharing delicious art emotes with me. Every time I look at this for any amount of time, there's a new one for me to zoom in on and be like, ah. These are so goofy. Thank you for sharing, Marie. If you or your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me meing, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so. You are welcome to contribute your thoughts and opinions and feelings about the designs we're looking at to us, so long as they are constructive. We love feedback on the designs we're showing here on the stream. So if you would like to, you can stick around and hang out for that. But if you do need to take care of yourself, please prioritize doing so. Yeah, go make yourself some dinner. Absolutely, Mari. Go eat you some yummy dinner. I hope your dinner is delicious. And take care of yourself, please. I will look after your little fellas closely and carefully. They will be cherished and treasured, maybe. Starry Snail and Wolf Boy, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Eating Cheez-Its? Oh, wait, there's none in my room right now. We don't speak that word in front of my fish crackers, but I don't have any fish crackers in here. Usually we refer to them as being square-shaped cheddar snacks, so as not to offend my fish crackers, but I don't have any in here to upset right now, so we can say that word. I want square-shaped cheddar snack. I want any kind of cheddar snack. I've been without fish crackers for too long. Thank you, I trust you the calamaris. Thank you. I'll take good care of the calamaris. We love inky things here. Both gloop and squid ink. It all works out. It all works together well. Flavor blasted goldfish? I can't eat the flavor blasted ones while I'm live because then my fingers get dirty. But I'm eating popcorn right now. Okay. Anyways, where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, ladder. We're doing a ladder test here to see if there's interesting distribution of detail throughout the verticality of this design. And I think the thing that I was noticing, we did start to toss a couple ladders to me as the calamaris did roll in upon us. We did get maybe trampled a little bit by squids. Ladders. Is this a safe or dangerous ladder? Usually we want ladders to be dangerous. We want them to reflect some level of asymmetry or some level of clustering somewhere in the design. And I would say that this is a pretty safe ladder, all things considered. There's a little bit of clustering happening around the face. Oh, thank you for hydrating me. I appreciate it. Oh no, the hydration is yellow. Why is that? It's not a thing that I approve of very much. Yeah, I see. I would agree. Ouch, also. But I would agree with the ouch. I would say this is a pretty safe ladder. So I may actually even have to move this down a half point. I would like you to have more things adding some diagonal movement, more things that only appear on one side of the body or the other, more clustering of details and their spacing to improve upon that category. Where are you? Is it this one? Nope, different one. This one. There we go. Ooh, wait, I didn't even look at what we're looking at. Complexity versus clarity. I don't have any clarity issues. We wanted just a little bit more detail, but I think the detail is more in the concept area. I see your concept, but push it. Push it to the limit, because we're in it to win it, Oh yeah. You guys have seen Jump In. God, I hope you have. I want more. Push your concept a little bit more. For focal points, it was your face though. I did look immediately to your face. So this is 2, 4, 6, 7.5 out of 10. The silhouette is really what's holding you back right now. Exaggerate more, please. Age, is there a clean version of the point list? Yes, there is. There is. It is in the Discord server. In Discord, there is. Oh man, I swear I made a command for taking you immediately to the submission guidelines page in the Discord, but I can't find it right now. But in the Discord, if you are in the Discord and you look, there is a channel called Design Critique Info, and it is there. Yeah. Much black and the clothes blend in. I am used to looking at emo clothing in real life where I kind of expect it to look that way. So I didn't take points off for that here. Yeah, here. There we go. Yeah. I'll put the grade over here. Good work. Can we get a round of applause for Eris, please? Oh, your name is said like Aerith from Final Fantasy, but spelled completely different. Interesting. And I said Aerith as to say it completely not the way her name is said. Her name is said Eris. Or Aerith, depending on, I guess, which localization. But, round of applause! Good work, Eris. I want you to push it. I see so much potential in you. I want you to push it in the design, just a little more. Yeah, look, Calamaris, you guys can use your Mari claps. There you go. Your newly bestowed ability to clap can now be used here for other purposes as well. Also, I saw somebody say they haven't seen Jump In. That is one of the classic Disney Channel original movies. It should be like right up there with High School Musical. If you have seen High School Musical and not Jump In, what are you doing? What are you doing? Honestly, the plot is kind of similar to some of High School Musical. Kid is into sports but wants to do a different thing and the parents aren't really approving of it. Interesting plot similarities, but the music slaps. The characters are all cool. I love Keke Palmer. It's so good. Check in with Riku. Thank you for following. Yeah. It's a good one. Was that you, Mars? Is that you? You have to watch it? You should. One of these days we'll watch movies in the stream state and I will force you all to watch movies like that, potentially. It's so worth it. I promise it is so worth it to watch it. It's a good one. I haven't seen it in years, but it was very good. Yeah, Corbin Blue too. Yeah, Corbin Blue and Keke Palmer, power duo in like every way. I don't know what he's up to these days. I hope he is still doing well and not doing poorly. I have not kept up, but they were so good in that movie. They were so good. I'm here on the bus. Hi, Nilo. I hope the bus is treating you well. I'm glad you're here. So true, he's married and seems good. That is honestly so good to hear. I feel like with Disney Channel stars, I'm always so concerned to hear that like, the pipeline is either they go like the Miley Cyrus, Selena Gomez type route where they end up becoming like musicians that we still hear about often. Also Sabrina Carpenter is in that role, stuff like that. Or I find out that they're like in jail. And I feel like it's one or the other. Sometimes they just dissolve and I don't see much of them ever again, which is probably the best way for going. He's doing Broadway. That's two of you saying that. Is he really? Good for him. He's on Broadway after Disney. What the heck? I have to Google this really quick because now I'm really curious. And I will not be able to lock in for Dr. Memento unless I know. Corbin Blue. Tell me what he's up to. Yeah, he's married since 2016. He's an actor, singer, dancer, and producer. Good for him. Okay, what has he been in? What has he done? I just have to look it up very briefly, very quickly. And it is funny that his image for his Wikipedia page is from 2012 still. Looked him up recently, so he's been more on Broadway after Disney. Why did you look him up recently? Broadway in Heights, on One Life to Live, Holiday Inn, New Irving, Berlin musical, Ghost Lights, Kiss Me Kate, West End debut. He's in The Great Gatsby. Interesting. Acting career. High School Musical and Breakthrough. Good for you. Continued work. Nope. Can I just get all the things he's been in? Music career. Good for you. Wow, he's really been busy. Okay. Oh, here it is. Filmography. High School Musical. Twinkle Toes. There's a lot of Disney stuff here. Television series. Wow. Theater. Romeo and Juliet. Mamma Mia. Singing in the Rain. Anything Goes. Mary Poppins. Little Shop of Horrors. Great Gatsby. Wow. He's been doing a lot. Doing Phineas and Ferb since 2007? Wait, who was he in Phineas and Ferb? We just talked about Phineas and Ferb last week. Who is he in Phineas and Ferb? Is he really? I didn't know that. Whole Train? Oh, that's two. He's only been in 2 episodes for that. Good for him, honestly. Why are we talking about him? Oh, Jump In. Push it to the limit. That's why. Hang on, we're gonna reel it back in from the tangent. We're gonna jingle the keys of focusing. We're gonna come back. Dr. Memento. Dr. Memento, aka Murky. He, him, the vintage vamp. My concept is a 1930s cartoon star turned vampire who dabbles in mad science. Whoa, that is a whole combo. That is a lot of things. That is so many things. He lives on the cutting room floor, a laboratory inside of the film reel he's housed in, where he reanimated himself literally. Interesting. Intriguing. His film reel tentacles are retractable, but I feel like they give him a really strong silhouette. I would agree. He has an alternate outfit that's a high-collar lab coat, but this is the main one. You mentioned that design motifs shouldn't be a main focus point past the waist of an earlier video. The concept of these shoes was just too cool for me to leave out. Honestly, your shoes, I was gonna compliment you for your shoes. These are sick. This is what I'm talking about when I say that I want specificity in the design of clothing pieces. These shoes feel so specific to you. They're so inky, but they're also really high contrast. So I will say, I can see what you mean by that, but I think that we could use just a little bit of pushing them back. I'm gonna take a brown color to use on a multiply layer to airbrush over them gently. Classic EG sweeping gradient situation. And multiply it. That way, that'll reduce some of the contrast they have. And if we're gonna push undertone, because here's the thing. I understand and respect a design being fully black and white, but let me tell you, as somebody who has been partnered, who has been dating a film photographer for almost 5 years, film always has a color cast. It has a color undertone to it. Superia is known for having a green undertone to it, as is Fuji. Or some of them have like, I think Arista has like a blue almost undertone. Some of them have color undertone. And that would be an interesting thing just to have a subtle amount of. So what I'm going to do here is maybe just give you a transition where we're gonna go from, it's gonna be really saturated and I will turn it down. But warm maybe on the lower half, going to cooler on the upper half might be interesting. And that will just add a level of interest as far as color goes, potentially. I might need to invert it because that's making me look at the legs because it's so brown. Yeah, older ones can be yellowed, things like that. And maybe, you know, it doesn't have to be so broken up evenly throughout. Like I could bring some of that orange undertone back in around here, because you are still functionally fully black and white, but by having a little more variety in the color undertone, it just adds some interest, because fully black and white monochromatic palettes have the potential to not be as interesting sometimes. Yeah. Like my dad does photography in my basement as a dark room. See, that's cool. Jubby and I used to use the basement of a previous place that we lived as a dark room. Now Jubby, because they teach, they can just use the dark room at school if they need it. Yeah. I was sure running fast with the doors open. Oh boy, close the doors. The collar was drip shaped in black. I think it'd be cool. So my secondary thing that I'm feeling here though is that these shoes are so nice and specific, but the rest of the clothing isn't really. The sleeves feel like they are rolled up and that they might have something going on with them that might, you know, push us in one direction or the other. But I feel like the shape of them isn't super specific. I can put that sort of like mark that's on it back on. It's sort of like a railroad tie. I wonder if that has something to do with film. But it doesn't feel super specific. So here, I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna put it on like an angle or something. Actually, I don't know about that. It's too thick the way I have it. Whoops, hang on, I've clicked into another place. It just doesn't feel specific enough to me. The collar of the shirt is almost becoming more specific, but I feel like we might need to exaggerate it a little bit more for it to feel truly that way. And then on top of that, button-up shirts don't quite work like this. I don't think that button-up shirts run the buttons on top of the seam. So we may just want to revisit that just so that we can put them on one side or the other. And then that will add a little bit of asymmetry because you are, I think as we've said, something about monsters. You monster fellas. Usually, I feel like the monsters were very asymmetrical before, but here today, the monsters have been quite symmetrical. It's like we can run this down the body like that. What if, you know, we could see a little bit of the way that the clothing is folding too. That would add a little bit of asymmetry to the body, make it feel a little bit more natural. There's this ink coming out from around the neck. which is why somebody was talking about maybe making the collar feel like itself is dripping and like running in a sort of maybe like gross, thin way like that. That could potentially work. That's smaller, thank you. I appreciate it. I made it myself. I did design me. Buttons run down the middle, seam is off to one side. Ah, okay. For the buttons, what could we draw from the inspiration of film to impact the button shape, maybe? Like, I'm trying to think of what things Joby talks about or touches. There's film canisters, film reels, film spools, camera covers. Oh, that would be interesting, like lens covers. What if also these suspenders felt like they were camera straps, potentially? I feel like they already kind of are in the right shape for being a camera strap. I gotta think about, what does my camera strap look like? 'Cause my camera strap looks kind of like that. Maybe it just needs the text on them that would make it clear that that's what it is. I feel like some of them just have like something embroidered into them that makes it clear that that's what it is. Actual lenses, that might be too direct. So we have film as one thing, 1930s. If we're doing 1930s, I see that we are doing sort of like the rubber hose style gloves. Let me just make this as a suggestion to you. We've said this as a critique before. Consider art style in your design. This is something that I've suggested to others before under several circumstances. Why not push yourself? Yeah, as Corey's saying, push yourself more into actual rubber hose in the art style. Because honestly, the level of detail that you have right now, if you were rubber hose styled, you probably wouldn't actually need that much more detail. As long as you exaggerated your hair shape, gave yourself your sharp ears, your glasses, your film reels, with enough exaggeration, you could probably even keep your shoes and make them really big and cartoony. I feel like changing the art style would solve so much of the things that I'm feeling about this design, because design needs more exaggeration and the design needs more specificity. But if we're pushing into rubber hose, the art style is going to provide the specificity and the exaggeration that we need to solve both of those things. And for older animation styles like that, having a character design that is completely symmetrical is kind of to be expected because it makes it easier to animate them. So that might be honestly my big main solution, big main critique here is art style. Just off the top of my head, I can think of two VTubers who make fantastic use of art style in the rubber hose style, which is Biddle's Toon and, oh, what is her name? Pumpkin Potion? They both stand out so much because they lean into that aesthetic, and it's helped them build every part of their channel, from their overlays to their animations to things like that. I love, Biddles has this little animation, which is just like the little like bobbing motion on their 3D model. It's so, mwah, chef's kiss, it's beautiful. It adds so much to the aesthetic and to our understanding of the character. And I feel like, honestly, your character would probably work fine as a design as long as we just exaggerated it up into that style. Keep your shoes, keep your gloves that have the ink stains on the finger, keep your neck. Maybe your neck could be long so that way we can see the ink staining around it. Honestly, I'm getting a little bit of Epic Mickey thoughts in my mind now if we're combining like rubber hose and ink. But it would be so beautiful, it'd be so lovely. Very few use the old-timey aesthetic to the branding, so stand out from that alone, but also pretty cool. Yeah! Because any amount of detail that I suggest that you add would not be something we would want in a rubber hose style either. And I would like try and quick draw you out in a rubber hose style, but I don't know if that's something I can do quickly. And if you go for rubber hose, you can also apply, let me see, do I have something here? Do I have it? I might. See my materials here. Oh, where's my essentials? Here. You can apply film grain to your model as well. Oh, that kind of went away too much. You can apply film grain to your model on top of whatever you're doing with the stylistic approach, because then that texture will also sink you into that realm because you live in the film and you were reanimated in the film itself. Bam. Hell yeah. And then also, finally, you are a vampire, which I am intrigued about that angle of the lore, because I don't know if you actually need that, but if you want to be a vampire, I mean, I guess that's why you have sharp ears, you aren't reading especially like a vampire otherwise, and you would probably read a little bit more like a vampire if you were a little bit more ornate. Just a little bit, which I'm trying to think of how I would do that. in a way that could translate into rubber hose maybe just means that like your collar needs to be a little bit more flowy, or your sleeves. Film reel crossage? How would I make a film reel? What do you mean? Just like, hang on. Do you mean like, why can't I select? Hello? Like you're talking like film reels like this as a cross? Let me complete that shape. And then you get your little like things there, and you get your like dots up the side. Is that what you mean? I think the ink machine's a good example of 1930s animation, but dark and eerie. Yes, people were mentioning that as a potential reference here. This is a terrible drawing of a film reel, but it just kind of needs to be so that we understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, film reel cross could be interesting. Or getting that overlap, might be spelling it wrong, corsage, or cravat? Corsage? I think corsage is something else, maybe. But yeah, a cravat could be something. Ooh, wait. What if just a cravat that is like, really like, feels like it's really gross and inky to repeat that motif you already have? So instead of being beautiful and fluffy and flowing, as they so often are, what if it's just like really gross and slimy looking? And then you could even have some sort of like brooch or something that relates. Maybe you have a film reel. What do those look like? They're like that, and then they have little like those things, right? Oh no, we're doing EG has slightly aphantasia. What does a film reel look like? That's Morley. Thank you for following. And also, Sona Tokito, thank you for following too. Autocorrect hates me today. That is okay, don't worry. Film. Oh, hang on. I've completely misremembered how this object looks. Hang on. Ouch! Don't bonk me. I get it, I forgot. Okay, hang on. Try again. This could be what the buttons were too if we used buttons, but like this, and then we can see there's usually, it looks like, dot in the center, 5 big holes going around the outside. I might not have positioned these very well. And then they have like 1 in here that's like the next size down, right? So like, I did a bad job proportioning it, but that could be interesting for that area of the body. Yes. Oh, the film reel. Yes, the thing that you spool it onto. But yeah, horrible, gloopy, inky cravat might be good for us to realize that you are a vampire. I think that's something that is so closely associated in most media that it would probably go a long ways in pushing us in that direction. And maybe it doesn't have to be that fully dark. It could probably be as dark as your hair is. But yeah, in the right direction. Let me grab one of these browns too. Yeah. For that, and then you can have it. Yeah, there we go. Make it like tiered almost in some way, but make it nice and gloopy and gross. Add splashes of developing chemicals on the shirt, kind of like blood splotches. That's true. Hey, wait, hang on. Can't believe I didn't summon Jubby earlier. Hang on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna summon Jubby just for film question because I don't know what those stains look like on clothing. Hang on. We're suggesting adding, I've summoned Jubby. Jubby teaches film photography.
I do teach film photography.
So this guy is a vampire who lives in film reels.
So he's a vampiric man that lives in film reels.
Yeah, so the thing that we already had suggested was making him into the rubber hose style because he is a 1930s cartoon that is housed, you know, on film.
Gotcha, that makes sense to me.
They were talking about adding, like, staining to the clothing that is like clothing stains. What are you laughing at?
That makes sense. So anyone that's worked extensively in the dark room without wearing an apron understands that your pants will get covered in usually fixer stains.
Is fixer the one that like bleaches it a little bit?
Kind of, but
like I don't know what they look like.
As bad as this sounds, Is maybe I would recommend you don't put fixture stains on it. Be more authentic, but that means you have to put, pardon me, white stains all over your pants.
Oh, okay. We
So-
can we play pretend and just bleach it in the way that when you bleach something that's black, it turns
I shouldn't say that. It
orange
doesn't
undertone?
No, it doesn't bleach it. That's,
Oh, it's like crusty.
It's a crusty.
Oh, yeah, no, maybe not.
It's all the like residual silver residue that gets left on your.
Oh no.
So, but the development gloves look great because exactly that'll do it.
Yeah, the fingers are all messy already.
Will already turn black.
Yeah.
Should stain that.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we could have a little of that staining on the shirt too, maybe then. But
I have a quip and a query at the end of this.
Oh, okay.
That because it'll create a tangent. We'll discuss that later. But so you're saying
Okay.
that you would like for him to what else?
is there anything, if you were to theme a character around film, what would you suggest adding?
So you already did kind of the funny thing. So one thing that we're as teachers in the darkroom are taught to do is to always tuck your tie inside your shirt so it doesn't
Oh!
so it doesn't go into the development.
Oh my god, wait, should we, I could tuck this in like it's under the suspender.
Yeah, or something like that.
That would be funny.
Because
This is
it's
supposed to
not
be, like,
really it's not
Gross
really
and inky. It's not really a tie, it's a cravat, but
a cravat, okay.
But like, to keep that out of the developer, that would be like a good, like, very specific kind of reference.
Yeah.
So here, I could tuck it in. That adds asymmetry too. Right now he's a little too symmetrical.
Yeah. So I see that he is so
that might be good.
He almost has Slenderman-esque film tentacles.
Yes, he does.
Because part of me was like, I don't know, I wanted to go. This is kind of like the suspenders, but I think that the film being backing. Is this guy a filmmaker or like a film photographer?
He lives in the film, so I think
He's
not necessarily
inside
either.
The film.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, he animated himself from the film that already exists, so I think he's a film editor. He lives in the cutting room.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he's the he'll do all the cutting. Oh, hey, this is a little quip.
Yeah.
Maybe this is something that you don't want to do as your character because he's I don't know if you're trying to be family friendly, but
I mean, it's not my character. They don't have to be family friendly, even if I am.
as you know that in the film cutting room, when you're in the cut room and you're splicing the film together, in order to let the projectionist know when to flip it over,
Yeah, I knew you were going here, yeah.
you have to do a cigarette burn.
Yeah.
So what if we get our man addicted to nicotine?
I was just gonna say, put the cigarette burn on the design somewhere.
Yeah, that would
But
be good. The
like-
cigarette burn on the,
what is it? Let me look that up. Let me see what that looks like.
it's just like a circle. Like it literally is like a burnt out circle.
Right.
Don't look up actually cigarette burn. Look up cigarette burn
Film, yeah. I was not gonna just search that. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's just that.
Oh,
It's just
wait,
like
that's so cool though.
looks like the thing from
It being
Arrival.
so fiery, it does. What we're
Yeah.
talking about here is these, which are placed on a single frame of the film, or maybe like, or is it just one?
It's usually placed in the. I mean, usually it's a movie split between like 3 or 4 reels.
Well, do they just put it on one frame, or do they put it on a couple to
yeah,
make sure you
that's
notice
why
it?
it shows up and then it makes a noise so that they know to pop it over.
Yeah, it's like a weird halo. But that would be really neat, and as just like a little pop of color somewhere, that could be so cool and specific, because this guy did also splice everything together. What if we get our man addicted to nicotine? One of the best quotes I've heard.
What's he? Oh, his hair is kind of semi-transparent. I almost thought he was wearing like,
Yeah.
a helmet.
I'm just gonna put this on his shoulder. I'm not saying this is the best place for putting this like burn on him, but like just so that we can think of it, but like
Like
art style, cigarette burn.
I'm trying to think of anything else because I'm thinking of
Like somebody said cutting utensil. People just use scissors, right, for that?
they have these. They're actually these very specific things. You actually lay. It almost looks like a paper cutter, but it's really small, and you lay the film in 35 millimeter, and then you cut. Depends if is this guy is this all on 35 or is this guy
I don't know. He's
shooting in Panavision?
I don't know. Give him a weird halo, make him an eldritch film angel. Oh, we could.
Yeah. Oh, That's. Really,
I mean, he's a vampire.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, he is a vampire.
He's a vampire. I feel like that'd be. But he's already kind of like weirdly eldritch, so I don't know.
But it would be kind of counter if we're looking at it from like vampires are supposed to be like the opposite of holy. Right?
Yeah.
They're undead demons that drink blood.
What can be done for the eyes to add an unnatural monstery feeling? That's true. I feel like focally, the face does need a little bit more anyway. And like, not to do something that's super cliche, but like, red eyes. Be so focal.
Just like a little red, or like a hue of it, yeah.
Yeah, like they don't have to be that intense. Yeah, we gotta bear with me as usual.
What about his, what's going on with his feet? Oh, they're just like regular.
Just like real fancy dress shoes that are really specific.
The only thing is, I feel like he is.
Cigarette burns for the pupils. Ooh, ooh. If the eyes were really dark, that could be interesting. But and once he is potentially in that rubber hose style, the proportioning of the eyes to the rest of the face, they'll be so much bigger. So that could be really neat. Hang on, I gotta turn this back up to full strength. And then it has like that kind of like weird burned out thing for it. Yes. Yeah.
What is the only thing that I get kind of confused is I feel like his shirt doesn't do much.
Yeah, the shirt doesn't do much, but in a rubber hose style, it really won't need to do much. Because they're so pared down, it'll probably just be skin tight with a collar and the
I just almost wonder, I think what's messing with me is, I know that rubber hose and he's got his gloves down to his, but I almost wonder, I think if you were in a cut room, it would go without saying, I feel like your sleeves would be rolled up.
Ah, that's probably true also, yeah. So we could, and then that also would help for rubber hose, because I feel like being able to see the ends of the limbs is important to that style as well.
I think it'd exaggerate the proportion of it.
Yeah, so we could put them rolled up, and then maybe they're not rolled up symmetrically either. We're like that one's sitting higher, and then this one sits like lower or something.
People love a man who rolls his
yes, that is true.
To the forearm.
That is true. Oh, and then we can see the top edge of the glove too, which might also be nice for adding a little bit of variety in the arm. Just, like, cut these in a little bit. Yeah. And then for rubber hose, isn't it usually that skin is depicted as being fully dark? I feel like it is. Although maybe I would just repeat our little like motif of the ink. Like here, if I were to make it so that these gloves, how do film gloves work? How tall are they usually?
Film, I mean, they usually, they actually go right to your wrist. Like they're not, they don't go up and over. Film, those would be they'd be like microfiber be so that they don't.
Okay.
So that's the thing that's messing with me. I was thinking of him as like a developer in the dark room, but now
he cuts film, but it seems like this character is doing many things. He did splice film together to make himself, but then also already has these sort of ink stains. So I feel like
I just think that like the glove is meant to protect the film, so it's almost like he's working with dirty gloves. Which is fine. I mean, I don't think people really care. It makes him look a little bit more. I wouldn't want you to change it because it breaks up the thing on the hand.
It adds a nice break up there. Yeah, one man band. Yes.
What else? What else can we do here?
I'm glad I brought you in for this. The moment I was like, wait, why did I not just call you in here like 5 minutes ago when we were talking about this? Bring you in here. Bring in a specialist.
Now, the only side tangent I was gonna say earlier is there might be one issue.
Yeah, what's the issue? Hang on, there was a very smart thing said. What's the issue?
What was the smart thing said?
Since the vampire, the gloves are also protecting him from the silver.
Oh, yeah, he did pick
You're
a very
so right.
specific process that is literally gonna kill him.
Oh my god, I hope that is like an intentional thing that this person thought about and considered. But Edward, you're so smart for thinking of that.
The actual silver would kill him.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
add red lighting from the dark room, that's true.
Does silver mess with?
Yeah, silver is the thing that you use against vampires.
So this is the thing that I was going to say, there's another side tangent, which I think might cause some problems. So if we think about the point of, if we're thinking about the fact that photography or film is dependent on the light spectrum, and it's all about light and the things that bounce off light. Vampires are canonically known for the fact that they don't bounce light. They don't show up in mirrors. They don't show up in pictures. So how is he in the film?
That's like a really good question.
But also the other thing is, by that same logic, it could just be a play off the classic, Bram Stoker's Bela Lugosi, Christopher Lee, vampires of the film.
Yeah,
screen.
of the potential, not 30s, they're a little later than 30s, but yeah. Yeah, fellow playing with fire who never sees the sun. But yeah, I guess for a vampire, working in a dark room is probably a good profession.
This is the smartest idea for him.
You stay in the dark, and they said, like, incorporating red lights into the things. And yeah, he is animated, so it's not like he's actually a photograph of something.
Yeah.
Either.
Oh, he's animated.
So, yeah, that's why he's in rubber hose style. So it's not like it's really a photo anyway.
I see.
It all works out. I feel like I have to give this guy some, like, points for concept here, because I feel like there's actually so much that could be so interesting pulled out of this for having your entire branding revolving around it. The fact that we've been able to be like, okay, we're wearing gloves because we're protecting ourselves from silver. Vampire, because you're animated and you can't show up on film otherwise. Have red lights. Lean into that, like, rubber hose style for that time period. Have cigarette burns. Maybe even if not on him, like on your overlay where a cigarette burn just like flickers and that's your thing that lets you know that it's time for an ad break. Like, there's so much depth here.
The only
maybe.
nitpicky thing I would say is if he's trying to keep silver off his hands, he'd need nitrile.
Maybe he's double gloved. Maybe there's nitrile gloves under the other gloves.
maybe we'll call that, because bright blue nitrile lab gloves.
Yeah, I don't think that would work for this. They make transparent, like, clear nitrile gloves too. But I don't know if those would work super well for that purpose either.
I don't even know if they're really great against silver, but they're good against flash. I don't know.
Oh. True.
I have no idea. I'm not a scientist in that department.
That's okay. Part of his lore shows up in photos and mirrors, so of course he can't possibly be a vampire. Right? It's because he's animated? Yeah. But I think that's the bulk of the questions that I had here. Just wanting to push further a little bit of that. He's got an alternate outfit that's a high-collar lab coat, which I guess is for developing.
Yeah.
But,
It's funny because it's hard to say, because there's usually so many different departments. You wouldn't need your guy who's in the cut room also working in the lab. But I mean, I like to believe that this guy works at like a small scale mom and pop.
Yeah.
That like he's kind of doing everything, and that's kind of fun. Yeah, I don't know. I think we get maybe a tasteful fang or something. Fang or maybe some kind of...
I'm sure there's tasteful fangs, but I do wonder if, like, we do tend to associate vampires with being a little bit more, like, ornamented, where I wonder if, like, an earring might be nice.
Yeah. That you could think of whatever object you wanted.
There's a distinct lack of crosses for this being a vampire, too, so you're thinking about, like, crosses made out of film, but... Yeah, I don't know. Something.
I almost also, like, this might be quirky or cliche or stupid, but there might be something you could do with the... I'm just trying to think of the language of film. You could do something with, like, especially it makes sense in animation, because they have to be synced, a slate. Like a slate board.
Yeah!
I don't know how that'd come into it, but I'm thinking about, like, there's something about the action of that, and because the slate board has kind of an interesting design, you might be able to fit that in somewhere where, like, because I think that...
It fits in with the black and white aesthetic, too.
It would, with the black and white, and then you don't have to worry about, because, like, I think people would want to make the suspenders film strips or give them, like, a film strip belt, but, like, you can actually use the other... Yeah, it's too much. You could use other visual cues that point back.
Yeah. Make that be the earring. That might be a little bit too campy, but...
That's what I mean. I feel like that might be too...
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I love camp, but I don't think this is trying to be campy.
I actually feel like it's a little campy.
No, it is a little campy,
I think it wants to be a little bit.
But once it's bending the ink machinized, once it is turned into a rubber hose, I don't know how much space we'll have to do something with the ears like that either. Like, that might be more detail than we can have.
Rubber hose, because I don't think I know exactly what you... I think I have a different idea of what you mean by rubber hose.
Like Steamboat Willie.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Hang on. I've searched just rubber hose, and it's just rubber hoses.
No, that's what I thought you were implying. But that's why I was like, he actually doesn't seem that...
No, that was our critique, is that we should just push into, because the concept is to be a 1930s animation.
Yeah.
Should just push into that style. And by pushing into that style, it will inherently solve a lot of the trouble we are having in miscellaneous places.
That could
With
also
exaggeration and stuff like that.
That also could be a nice thing for, because I know that VTubers have almost like their alternative skin or whatever. You know, like they have like an alternative model that they might.
Oh yeah, they'll have like a chibi versus like something else
so
too.
I wonder if there could be a chibi version of this, and then you could have the regular model just be like
a guy.
Yeah, like you know, a little bit more detail.
That's fair. Yeah. Upside down cross earrings. Yeah, I guess if there was a cross earring, it would have to be that way. Back of the streaming chair could be a coffin for the backing. Yeah.
I was.
Yep.
I was thinking about something, but no, yeah. Because what part of me is that, like, I don't want to lean too much into film when we could be thinking about it as a vampire. And then I'm thinking, could we just find references from, like, the classic Bela Lugosi film?
Give me a...
Actually, I think this guy wants to be more Christopher Lee.
That's what I was gonna say.
I love Lee's version of it anyway.
Any version of something that Christopher Lee was is the one that I prefer.
Yeah.
He's so intense. Although he really doesn't give us a lot to work with. The cape is so nice.
I feel like a candelabra has to be involved with some kind of vampire.
Just that would be like more for their setup. That's more in like a prop maybe. That's not necessarily in their design itself.
I really do think the red dark room is the smart.
Yeah, but then a red dark room.
That's the weird part when you try and talk about dark room with people is that it's actually not always fully dark.
Yeah.
And then it's like...
But look, he's standing in a room that is light.
Yeah.
Developing chemicals on a belt or something. That might be getting too close to the cliche of where VTubers who are alchemists and stuff just have a belt for some reason of chemicals.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's especially practical, but...
I'll tell you one thing right now. You want to find a way to get ladies to not like you. Carry around bottles of smelly, gross, dark room
chemicals do not smell good.
They smell
pretty
terrible. In grad school, we used to develop all day, and then we would go to the sauna at school just to try and sweat the chemicals out of your hands. Because you can wash your hands all day, they'll still smell like it.
Yeah. This is true. You're very good about not smelling like chemicals.
I wore gloves.
I will tell you that. Yeah, I appreciate it. Bob Crinkly and It's the M3 Snowy. Thank you for following. But yeah, I'm thinking about Christopher Lee, Dracula. Maybe a tasteful capelet.
A capelet would go insane.
A tasteful capelet. I feel like that would be very interesting for somebody who is a vampire and also rubber hosed, figuring out how to incorporate that.
Another thing that goes
I don't know how I would do it right now with the way things are proportioned, though. Hi, Zany!
The nice thing that goes with the Christopher Lee interpretation of Dracula 2 is that he actually is like a kind of more modernized. He doesn't have the tall hood.
Yeah, no tall collar.
It's just like a nice. He has like a nice fit.
Yeah, he looks very respectable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would trust this man, and that would be a problem.
And that's why I think that the sleeves do need to be rolled up, because vampires are the only monster that are like literally written to be sexy. Like they're supposed to be a little bit of sex appeal, like to vampires.
Depending on who you ask, sure, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're the only monsters that their whole thing is they try to entice you. That's like werewolves are just big scary dogs. Mummies are gross, rotting things.
That's true. That's true.
Vampires get to keep their skin and their wits and have flawless skin.
And they do get to charm you, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's it. So I think
that's fair.
Being into that. But all right.
Yeah. Thank you, Joby. You don't get to leave me without a kiss. Thanks. Signs are supposed to do that. I was also going to suggest like Incubus Succubus, but that's not especially topical for this channel. Vampires are allegories for seduction and deviancy. Ah, I see. But yeah, Joby, they're saying thank you. Think of Hotel Transylvania instead of original monsters. Oh my god, Hoshi, that's so funny. I also think of Hotel Transylvania because my grandfather, one who's married to the Stormtrooper grandmom, my grandfather, super Italian old guy, very angry Italian sometimes also. His like favorite movies are the Hotel Transylvania series. The two of them are really incomprehensible as a duo. We have Vietnam vet, Italian grandfather, Roman Catholic, who is really into Hotel Transylvania. And we have his wife, the like 5'1" Roman Catholic woman who reads Star Wars fan fiction for self-insert stormtroopers. What a duo. They're so strange as a combo of people. But yes, because of him, I do think of that primarily also. But I think we're good to give this a grade. So, conceptually, I think you have a fantastic concept here. Fantastic concept. The fact that we were able to sit here and just kind of spitball things about like, yeah, darkroom, put the red light in it. And you know, all these things that kind of make sense and would go together so well for the full package of VTuber branding really speaks to the fact that you have such a neat concept. But push it more. I want you to commit. Be 1930s in your illustration style. Consider art style. Push, you know, references to film if you're going to be related to film. All those subtle little things like the cigarette burn and all the stuff Jubby came here to say are so good, and anyone who knows those things are going to be immediate fans in some propensity just because of that, because they'll know that you know things that they know, and that's always something that draws people in. So you have a lot of mileage that you can get something out of here, and I'm so excited for it. For color palette, black and white's fine. There's not really an issue with that. But I think you would still benefit from having a color undertone. Miscellaneously throughout, some little bits of cool blues and browns, just kind of miscellaneously throughout, kind of all over, would be good. Just add a little bit of visual interest. You will still visibly read as black and white, but it just adds a little more flavor, a little more taste. You mean Clone Trooper fanfics, but there's Stormtrooper fanfics of that kind? I'm not gonna ask questions. I don't know. I think it was Stormtroopers. What is the difference between a Clone Trooper and a Stormtrooper? They were just self-insert fanfictions she was reading. I'm sure there's self-insert fanfictions for Clone Troopers and Stormtroopers. So yeah, best not to ask questions. Yeah, change the color undertone for mood, still keep the monochrome. That's true! You could shift the color undertone warm into like browns if you're feeling friendly and happy and positive, and cool for like sad or other things like that. Green, jealousy, red, anger. Oh, there's so much to this concept that could be so good. Clone Troopers were the good guys, basically, and the Clone Wars, Stormtroopers were the bad guys of the Empire. I'm gonna say that good or bad guy, I don't think that's gonna be a thing that matters to my grandmom especially much. I swear it was a Stormtrooper one. I swear it was Stormtrooper and not Clone Trooper, the one that I caught her reading. Don't know. Girlie can be into whatever she wants. I'm not gonna question it, and I'm not gonna think too hard about it. Silhouette. I think that once you commit, as far as the concept goes, the silhouette will be much stronger. Your film reels are good, and I feel bad taking points off, because if you were to commit to the style we want you to, your silhouette will be fully solved by the exaggeration, but right now, as is, the silhouette is kind of lacking. Complexity versus clarity, though, I don't really have any issues with reading any part of your design, and the level of detail that you have once we add that stylization to it would be good. For focal points, the focal point of the face, I would say, is well executed, because you have all of these tendrils sort of around it, which, because they add so much positive and negative space to the silhouette, they are kind of drawing us into this area. I feel like I made the tie too focal by making it quite so dark, but your head is relatively focal, so I'd give you mostly points for that. Did she care when you caught her? I don't think she understood that I caught her. I don't think she understood that I would understand what she was looking at, if I'm being honest with you, because at the time when I caught her doing it, I didn't know what the website was, and I didn't know what the rating was. So like, I didn't really think anything of it. I was like, oh, that's cute. She's reading, like, I thought of it like, you know, my little sister when we were like teenagers used to read like Harry Potter fan fiction. And like, that was just like a story. It was just like a story that involved the same characters. There was not really much romance to it or anything otherwise. So I think, because this was like years ago, this was more than 5 years ago that I caught her doing this. I want to say this was like 2019 or 2018. I think I was still in school when this happened, and I had no idea what it was. I'm chronically offline. I, in my later years, have come to know what Archive of Our Own is, and also what the letter E means in that context. So, no. Clone Troopers are of Jango Fett and were the soldiers of the old Jedi Order. Stormtroopers are people employed by the Empire to be soldiers. Yeah, I think she could probably be reading either of them. I don't really know. But anyways, math, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? I think so much of what is going on here will become so fantastic with the style modification. I'm so here for it. There's so much cleverness packaged in here that could be taken to great extent, and I want to see it happen.
Clap,
Once
clap,
again,
clap, 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 clap.
thank you. Wow, you put some stank on that final word there, Gary. There we go. That was the sound effect for my clapping this time. I didn't have to make my funny dee noise. Thank you, Gary. Very helpful. Showmate's gonna get a round of applause for Dr. Memento, aka Murky. You're so neat. Thank you so much for submitting. You're so neat. Let's see. I think we have, what is this? We have 2 more here. I think we'll have enough time for one of them potentially. This, I think, is the oldest one we have today because the font is band shrift, which I stopped using for the font for these really early, I think. Actually, I don't remember when I stopped using it. I've used 3 fonts for these. I used Ubuntu and band shrift, and now I use my handwriting. Yeah, a little clapter, just a little clapter. So I believe this was supposed to be for, I actually don't even know. I don't know what stream this was supposed to be for. Did we do a rainbow theme stream? I think we might have. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be 6. This is our 6th one. So we haven't done 6 yet, but this is our 6th. Oh, also we are being raided on YouTube. Manayu, welcome in. Hello. Roommates, you know the drill. We got a lot of rotation to do today. I hope you guys aren't dizzy yet, but welcome. Kamidachis are swimming in. Check if your stream is safe for turtles. Don't worry, I think the shroom state is safe for accepting of turtles. Hello. Look, the YouTube streammates are rotating for you and welcome. But hello, I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi and I'm also an art educator. We are doing Vtuber design critiques, and we are critiquing a lot of fellows from my queue that had somehow gotten passed over because we ran out of time at the end of some days. And our theme has been monsters today. So we just are starting to look at Rishu. She, her, all. And she's a very lovely rainbow demon / dragon here. Beautiful rotation. Thank you. I'm glad. Please don't resist the turtle raid. How would I resist it? What do you mean? I'm not planning to resist it. You guys are welcome. We've got some lovely waters here in the shroom state that I'm sure you guys could greatly enjoy swimming in. But how was your stream? What were you up to? What did you do? I hope it was a good time. If you or your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, and I will appreciate it, but please prioritize looking after yourselves first and foremost. I've always loved your model. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you like it. Was playing Nier. See, okay. Nier, I am such a Square Enix fanboy, fan gender neutral term. I am such a Square Enix fan. I love every game pretty much that they ever release. And that is like the only one I haven't touched. I have not played Nier, and I so badly probably really need to because people really, really love it. I have to try it someday. Well, indeed, go rest and eat. Yes, please do. Please go look after yourself, yes. But man, I hope you had fun playing Nier. I have to play that game one day. I really have to. I keep saying this over and over because I've played Dragon Quest, I've played Chrono Trigger, I've played many a Final Fantasy, I've played, what else does Square Enix have? They've got a bunch of other ones. Bravely Default, I've played, there's so many. It was my first playthrough, I'm really enjoying it. Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I've heard nothing but good things about it. I just have not had the opportunity to do it. I just have not gotten to. I really should get to it because I like everything else they've ever made pretty much, so I'm sure I would like it. I just haven't done it. I love your model, it's so gorgeous. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm always so happy people like the way that my model looks. I designed it and I made it myself. Shroom fan of shroom, fan is shroom. Okay, that's getting confusing. Oh, another raid, oh my gosh. So many raids right here, right now. Hey, shroommates, I hope you're not tired of rotating. Oh, hi, Kira. Welcome in. Hey, hello. We just got raided, and we got raided again. Back-to-back raids here. We're talking about Nier Automata because we were raided by Manayu. Welcome in, Kira. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we're doing VTuber design critiques. Kira, I have assisted in design consultation before, historically. And I also snoop on Kira's TikToks from time to time. But welcome. I'm Squiiji. And welcome in. The shoemates are rotating at you. If you... Whoa, Morty. Okay. Also, thank you, Mods, for getting the shout out. What were you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? Just chatting Monster Hunter Peak, maybe? One of those things, perhaps? Yes, still need to get started on some of those changes we talked about. That's okay. That's okay. Shh, don't. It's a surprise. There's maybe some surprise changes. Playing Monster Hunter on a Monday. Hell yeah, Monster Hunter Monday, and now you are in the shroom state for Monster Monday model critiques. Many an M, but I hope Monster Hunter was fun. My father is a very big enjoyer of Monster Hunter. The man bought me a Nintendo Switch in 2016 so that he could play Monster Hunter on it. And then he was like, I don't need this device anymore. I've played enough Monster Hunter, you can have it. And I was like, oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. But I hope you had a good time. I will take good care of your fellas. Do not worry. If you or any of them need to eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. But if you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. But yeah, this is our final, I think, crit for the day here. We've got a half an hour. Also, hi, Pumpkin. Let's see. So, Rishu, she, her, all. I really hope the rainbow colors work since I can't decide on a favorite color. This is only a design and not the final model art yet. So, artist, demon plus cat core? Question mark as the overlapping concepts here, and you are so very RGB that I assume that you had some sort of digital aesthetic going on. I will say, in the greatest strangeness of my life, red is not being focal for your hair. How is that happening? I think your hair needs to terminate in the super saturated red that the rest of your tail has, because otherwise that's the only place that super saturated red is showing up. And as a result, your face isn't as focal as it could be if it was terminating in this color here. It's really intense though. So I will say, sometimes with saturation, less is more. Often, actually, less is more. So not everything needs to be so intensely saturated. I'm moving the high saturation up to being closer to the face, but if we were to, on the tail, just like, I'm gonna take this and go like this a little bit. Ooh, wait, hang on. Wrong layer Kronk. There we go, we finally got our wrong layer Kronk moment here, hang on. Normal, saturation, go like this. Just to push it back a little bit, where it's further from the face. Now the head will be much more focal. Yeah, the tail red is much brighter. Love RGB? Not to say you would, wouldn't you? Because you have somebody else who is kind of digital, but yeah. We gotta make it so that the red is most intense up here around the face. And honestly, that might even be more intense than it needs to be. I might have made it too strong. So we could pull it back just a little bit. Once again, you are using just full straight black with not much in the way of an undertone to it for black and white. And I think that that is always something that could be made stronger with color undertone. Sorry, I had to think about my wording there for a second. I like lost English language for no reason. So like, what if the entirety of your clothing, oopsie, hang on, has color undertones? Not this strong, of course, bear with me. But if it all has some sort of color undertone, I make this cooler, perhaps, the whole jacket, and then we can make other parts warmer, then things will feel like there's just a little bit more visual interest. I'm not gonna be able to like place this completely properly, maybe. There we go, and like maybe the tail is also gonna be that undertone. Turn it way down. But just a subtle amount of blue in the undertone can really go a long ways. And then similarly, what if I grab like orange or something? Well, that might be too much. Color. And then push some of these parts to be more brown in their undertone. So that way we're doing a little bit more color blocking as well. So not all of the dark tones are going to be exactly the same in their undertone. I do like, yeah, the big ol' eyes on the kitty. Whoops, hang on, that was already done. I wanted to do the sock. Whoopsie. There we go, so we'll do the socks and the shoes. Hang on, turn that like way down. But do you see the amount of visual interest we're adding by doing that? It feels like there's a lot more depth. Right? Yeah. Are the eyes RGB of the kitty? I don't think they are, but it would probably be interesting if they were. Like, will the RGB scroll? Ah, I kind of hope it will. I kind of hope that it will scroll at least a little bit. And I know that in Live 2D that isn't incredibly difficult to pull off, so I would be game for that mayhaps if possible. For this, I feel like I have the same critique here as we did for the other fellow that we looked at in... Ooh, hey, look, it's me! Now I have RGB scroll, just like me for real! We need more specificity. This is sort of the classic VTuber in a big off-the-shoulder coat situation, where your silhouette isn't really discerning you. It's not really helping us to know who you are, and I don't think we can identify you just by your silhouette. The tail, and how specific all of these, like, hooking flame shapes are, is in the right direction. So I'm wondering, would this be crazy if we made, like, something like that happen here, where it almost feels like that flame is leaping up off of your sleeves, too. And then that presents us with an opportunity to have something asymmetrical. But then that adds to the silhouette. It feels almost a little bit like fur in some way, where if you're referencing, you know, the cats and wanting things that are like soft and fluffy, that might be a good way of doing it. Because right now I do just feel like you need something more happening in your silhouette. And I think this could be what the something more is, maybe. There we go. Just adding some shapes. There we go. I'm sure you'd spend a little more time making them more specific, but do you see how much that's adding to silhouette now then? Yeah, they're hidden hearts in the negative space of the tail. Oh, you're right, there are hidden hearts. If you're doing the hidden hearts, we could do even more of the hidden hearts. What? Hang on. There we go. I think that's just that kind of specific fire shape, but if you're hiding hearts, we could hide even more hearts throughout. You could give yourself the classic heart ahoge that I know and love so dearly. Also, on top of that, a critique that I often give to demon VTubers is, what could you do new and interesting and different with your horn shape? Because I think this is sort of just the default horn shape of a demon to some degree. When we think about a demon, we tend to think about this, or we think about just like a straight up and down, like that kind of horn. What more could we add if we made these horns a little bit different? What if they have more parts that branch off of them, potentially? And maybe don't do it in a symmetrical manner. Or we could just fully redo the entire overall shape of them as well, to see if there is something that we could gain from it that's more interesting. Something relating to cats, or something related to another angle. Multiple tiny horns for cat claws. Yeah! There's a lot of things that we could do to make these horns feel more specific. So I think that's something that you need right now, is you need to feel just a little bit more specific. So yeah, if we make it more of like a crown of horns, that could be good. I think you're also wearing a hat, and right now, I don't think the hat is benefiting you, unfortunately. It's kind of confusing in shape right now, because it's the contrast of it against the horns isn't fantastic. And I would ask you, do you even need to wear it? I feel like this area of your head would do much better with having something like this big exaggerated hoge in it than having a hat particularly. And maybe you are trying to lean into sort of the artist end of what you want your design to be with a beret of some sort, but it's not really reading as a beret. I think this is going to work better like this. Yeah. That's our hard classic artist beret, but also blends in. Yeah. So trying to elucidate that you are an artist, because I'm guessing that that is part of the RGB as well. You know, we are taking the colors from the color wheel and applying them to your body. I'm trying to think of what things that we could do to make it clear that that is what you're referencing. And the first thing that I'm thinking of is, what if instead you have this little ribbon on your horn that I mean, it seems like it's referencing the ribbons on the rest of the clothing, but hear me out here. What if instead of that, what if we had the, whoops, that's the wrong button, hang on. What if we had the color wheel around your horn? Let me lock that, so then I can do all the colors on it. And then we get like the gradients transitioning across it. So that way it feels like the wheel that we do look at in our art programs, right? Wouldn't that be interesting, potentially, right? Something like that. So I think that would help us to figure out that you are referencing colors and color blocking. and color choices instead of other things. Yeah, make it a broken to reference demon halos. Yeah, why don't we, here, I'll break it right here so that way your Heart Hoge and it aren't fighting over the same space. Yeah, we can like break it in multiple places, but yeah, broken halo for fallen demon. Yeah, wheel does look so cool. Yeah, I feel like that's a good thing. Also, if you even wanted to repeat that and you wanted something like asymmetrical or symmetrical, you've got these like square regions here already where this bow is being held, and you could just make this like the color picker, more or less, where like you have, you know, some colors in it. What does the color picker look like? It's like light in one corner, and then it fades to like dark, and it's like real saturated. Hang on. Full saturation. And then it fades to being dark along the bottom, right? So that way we're getting more of those references to digital art things that we can make. I'm also wondering if, like, you know, there's like not really many motifs being referenced throughout this either. That feels like a gem the way I drew it too, which could be interesting. But like, what if we had a color dropper somewhere? What if we had, you know, just things that reference those shapes perhaps throughout to clarify that art reference in the design? Like the idea of cat paw pads being traditional painting palettes. Oh, you're so right. As a prop, it would go so hard if you had like, hang on, how would I even, an idea, hang on. And then you get like your like notched cutout of it. There's probably a more eloquent way of doing this. But like, if this is your, just at least look. Got like little thumb hole, and then you could have the paint laid out on it. Yeah, paw prints is, yeah, for the holes. This is not the best shaped paw ever. But you know what I mean? Maybe pick it up and put it down. Yeah, there's a well, here's a well. And then we can see like this is like paint or something. They're being mixed. Put green in the same well, so they're sharing. Blue, and then purple's out here, like it's mixed with something else. Yeah. Yeah, we're thinking of the portals now. We got this. But just finding clever ways we can reference it. Like, I see that there's this pattern on the inside of the hood, which might be quilting, but wouldn't it be more interesting for a jacket? We see this quilted thing very often with VTuber jackets. Would it be more interesting if maybe the inside of the hood had a pattern on it that was repeating, like, icons almost, where like, here's my dropper tool, here's my like paintbrush tool, here is my pencil tool, but just if it had some sort of repeating pattern inside of it. Here's my fill bucket, that is just all these little iconographic references to digital painting. I feel like that would be more effective as a pattern, and then it's one of those little rewards that when you come in close and you examine it, you come in nice and close, you're rewarded for having looked closer at it. So I think things like that, just finding little opportunities for having something clever is good. I don't think your pants need to say RGB on them. I feel like that might be too on the nose. I think we're understanding the RGB nature already. That's just a little bit maybe silly. But in general, just finding those little interesting opportunities to reference things that are specific to even like the program that you use. Like, me thinking about Clip Studio Paint. What do I like about Clip Studio Paint? My drawing software. I like auto actions. I like the fill bucket tool, that it doesn't go outside the edges. I'm trying to think. I wonder if like a scroll bar could come in here somewhere, where then we can see that that's a part of the digital aspect. If you had, ooh, this would be another good prop. If you had something like I have, I don't use it very often, but I have a floating, I don't even have it in the scene. I have a floating semi-transparent, ooh, like tablet display that I got on Booth that I use sometimes. And because it's semi-transparent, you can like see things still through it, but then it feels like really like techy and digital. So like you could even have like, hang on, just make like, yeah, yellow and then give me orange. I'll blur them together here in a second. Red. And I'm thinking about this specifically with the one that I have, where it has sort of the overlay of the tools and the layer area on the side in white. So like it's got something that looks like, this, and then it has like just like all the little icons for things essentially on it. And then like here's your canvas area, and then it's got like the scroll bars and stuff. But that could be a really neat prop if it was semi-transparent, so then that relates us to the digital aspect of drawing, and maybe you get some sort of pen that you hold that's designed up for you. Yeah, scroll bar for vertical stocking strap. Yeah. Oops, I tried to select the color and it didn't happen. Scroll bar. I might just need like a lighter color that's not as light. Yeah, scroll bar. And then we put the little like a little arrow. Hang on, nope, give me white, please. Arrow up, arrow down at the bottom of it, so we know that that's the reference to something digital like that. But yeah, just finding all those funny little places to integrate stuff like that really can go a long ways in making a design feel fully fleshed out. So I think that as it is, your design just feels like it's missing a little bit of something. I feel like I just want a little more something, flavor blast, just a little bit. The colors already are fun and they are interesting, but I feel like there's more we can do to play with them, to play them up, right? Yeah. So, adding stuff to the silhouette, clarifying some parts of the silhouette, adding more color undertone, pushing the digital art angle to make it clear that the RGB is standing for that and not just standing for computer tech parts. What else have I not talked about? Let me start the rubric, and then we'll come back if I've missed anything. Color palette. It's decent. There is some clarity things happening with the horns, however. And for focal point, your face is being outcompeted by the tail, so I do think you need to push it back. Ladder, that's true. We will ladder. Concept of motifs. I think there's things we can do to further clarify that you are, hey, don't throw the ladders yet. We have not made a decision. We have not made a decision. You're jumping the gun there, fellas. What are you doing? Don't jump the gun. Threatens you, briefly. Concept of motifs. I see that you're a dragon, I see the RGB aspect. I think we can clarify the drawing aspect, and I want more from it. Today has been the day of me saying, push it to the limit, because we're in it to win it, Aw, yeah! Push the concept! You can do it! I just want a little more from it. It needs a little more flavor blasting. For complexity versus clarity, I think, similarly, it's being affected by the same thing. I want more specificity from your clothing that is therefore drawing from those concepts, but I think you'd plushify pretty easily. And then silhouette, as it stands, whoops, hang on, come here. As it was before we added some things to it, the tail was really the only thing doing anything for your silhouette to differentiate you, but all it takes is just a little bit on the sleeves and clarifying around the edges of the head and making the horns more specific to really push that silhouette the extra mile that it needs. Whoops, hang on. So I would probably put it here. I think we really need to push it, and your silhouette is too symmetrical still right now as well, where we can add some things like, you know, little ring and the hoge and asymmetry in the way that the fire is rendered. If you're holding one of your props or something like that, those things will do a lot to make it more asymmetrical in the way that we desire and we need. Let me do a ladder test though, which is gonna be really tough because you have every single color, I think, in you, which is all the colors that I use, but that's okay. I have a feeling this is not gonna be a very climbable ladder if I had to take an educated guess. We'll see. Yeah, okay. I do appreciate the asymmetry of your hair shape though, where so much of it's cascading in front of you on one side but not the other. That's a good move. Mask, your eyeballs, your hairline, the top of your head. You did have a hat that was like in there, and then the top of your horns. Ooh, I have to turn off so many things here. Where are you? Way down here? Oh, this is so old that I've you like merged down. What are your thoughts on this ladder, shroommates? I will close my eyes, throw all the ladders at me you want. I'm eating popcorn. Now is your opportunity. You can be evil and mean and torture me and destroy me a little bit. I'm not looking. It's fine. I permit it. If I open my eyes and see that there were no redeems used, I'm gonna be surprised and probably also floored. Oh, somebody gave me immunity, thanks. I appreciate that. I'm gonna take that to mean that you guys probably are torturing me, huh? Someone decided to defend me. Oh, I can't find the opening. There it is. To eat my popcorn. My eyes are closed. All right, hope you got out of your system. 3, 2, 1. Ow! open my eyes. Okay, lots of ladders were pitched at me. I see. Thank you for contributing some invincibility to me. Who was that? Who made me invincible? It was very kind of you. Mars, thanks. That was very kind. Only a couple of ladders. I would say this is a dangerous ladder properly, yeah. Oh, was I raided while I had my eyes shut? I'm so sorry. I was too distracted with my eyes shut. Welcome in, Radiance. Hello. Hi, Radraid. Hey, Shrewmates. Rotate. You know the drill. We've done it a lot today. Give us more rotation. More rotation. Welcome in, Radiance. How was your stream? I hope it was well. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques today, and we're on our final one for the evening. And I'm eating popcorn, and I had my eyes closed. The streammates were permitted to torture me just for a couple of minutes. But I hope you had a good stream. You can see the YouTube fellas are rotating for you. I don't know if Twitch fellas, or opposite. YouTube fellas are maybe taking a snarky mimi, but the Twitch fellas are rotating for you, and welcome. Eat a little more popcorn, but arrows, yes. I would say we just looked at the ladder for this character's design here, and I would say that they passed the ladder test. So I think we have a final grade here already for this fellow. We were looking at the design of Rishu, and we were trying to push the design to be more clearly digital art inspired, but also RGB, and also making the face more focal. And it just seems to be working pretty well. Very cute, isn't she, huh? Live to Thrive is there to be the vanguard to welcome in on the YouTube front. There we go. Thank you, Callie. But if you or your fellows, Radiants, need to do things like eating or drinking or snark me meing, please take care of yourselves. Please look after yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you're more than welcome to do so, and I will take good care of you. However, I would prefer you take care of yourself, if that is something that needs to be done. Let me airbrush erase that out, switch gradients. I just wanted to do that to add to the head being focal. Yay. Kind of new here, what were the blue lines for? That was for, we did something called a ladder test. In character design, we want to make sure that there's an interesting distribution of detail across the form of a character. And as people, we are very tall and narrow, so it's important to make sure that we are not just spacing out all of the details and moments of high contrast evenly. So what we're looking for here, we do draw a line on either side of the design. Then, after that, we place a horizontal line wherever there is a major point where the design is broken up by contrast or shape or color. And then once we hide everything, we hope and pray that the ladder looks like something that would be only present in the worst nightmares of an OSHA enforcer. We want the ladder to be as dangerous as possible. We want half rungs where there's some moments of asymmetry. We want diagonals where something's cut across the body. We want variety. We also want clustering. We want more clusters of rungs up around the face because we want the face to be the focal point, so that helps as far as detail level goes. Yeah. So that's the goal. Yeah, danger ladder, interesting ladder. Yes, nightmare ladder, okay. We approve of nightmare ladders here in the Shroom State. But I think I completed grading this already. I think we completed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? This is just one of those designs where it's similar to the last one. We just need a couple of very specific things to push it the extra mile that it needs. Because a lot of the solutions don't really take all that much to implement, but they really do a lot for it. They do a lot for it. Yeah. Can we get a round of applause for Rishu? I locked in for Rishu. I super locked in. I was yapping a lot for the other fellows, but I very concisely conveyed everything I wanted to here. Also helps that this design is one I looked at and prepared for a stream a long time ago, so I had a long time to think on it potentially too. Thank you for your clap for Riraku. Thank you for explaining, never heard of it before. You're so welcome. I'm glad I could explain it for you. Yeah, so hang on. So strange. I'm 7 minutes early. I guess you're stuck with me for 7 minutes now, huh? Just gotta listen to me speak. Oh, the terror. Oh, the horror. Whatever will you do? That was a really particularly crunchy piece of popcorn. Ouchie. Awesome designs today? I agree. There is one more, which is the one that we pulled when we were deciding to do this as a theme from our insect stream last week. But we don't have the time to do it, and I don't want to rush through it again. But If we do another one of these kinds of streams, which I think there might actually be enough designs left that we could, Moth. Shell, don't worry, we will get you. But some of these ones that were accidentally skipped, or not accidentally, we just ran out of time for historically, like this is a design that we should have gone over in October, I think. Like some of these were pretty old, months and months and months where we should have looked at them. So don't worry, we will get to you, I promise. I promise. We get to everyone eventually, theoretically. It'll just take a lot of time. Yeah, not like we'd ever voluntarily listen to you speak. Yeah, it's not like I'm sitting here holding you at gunpoint, holding you hostage, forcing you all to listen to me speak for 4 hours at a time. It's not like that's what's happening at all, is it? No, couldn't be. Ha ha ha. Hi, Freeborn. Approval? Are you approving of me holding you at gunpoint? If you're approving of it, that means I don't have to. Had so much faith today. Yeah, how many did we do? What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Despite me being pretty locked in, I would say, like more locked in than usual. 6. Like perfectly timed 6 also. I don't know. Gotta get the older ones done for those who've waited so long. Yeah, I agree. I so agree. Yay, my life is in danger. Here, me pay out Gamba. I haven't achieved 6 all the time lately. But you guys seem to know and seem to vote for 6 most of the time. So there you go, there's your payout. And yeah, maybe the raids we did have a little bit of distraction of raids, which of all the kinds of distractions to have, that's pretty lovely as a distraction. I'm very happy to be distracted by that kind of distraction. Joby slowed you down? I wouldn't say that either. Joby was very good. Joby is always helpful. Joby has good thoughts and feelings, and I feel like we were able to contribute a lot more to that as a result. Also, YouTube, you were wrong this time. YouTube thought I was only gonna get through 5. Ah, joke's on you. We got through 6. It probably was a little bit of a yap fest. Maybe. We did spend a long time looking at the vampire. There were also some ones we just sat on for a minute at some point or time or another, maybe. But that's okay. What are we here for if not to yap? There's a reason why I'm in the just chatting category and not in the art category. Joby's awesome, but yeah, Joby is awesome, but they are also, yes, pro yapper, just like me. This is what happens when you put 2 pro yappers in the same room, in the same house even, in the same relationship. We don't stop. Joby and my superpower is that have you ever been on a long car ride and you're just like bored out of your mind? Joby and I are really good at long car rides. I would say we are unnaturally skilled at long car rides because the two of us are such yappers that we can kind of find a topic and then talk for hours and hours and hours and hours in the car, and it works out very well. It keeps the interest level up. Yesterday we were driving home from something and I wasn't feeling so well. I'm still a little under the weather. And I was really kind of at the worst of not feeling well, but we were able to have a conversation like the entire drive back that got me through it, and that was very nice. So I am very blessed to have the yapper that is Joby and have the yapper that also lives deep inside my heart that doesn't always come out, but it does come out here. So yeah. Love long car rides. I used to not mind them so much, but nowadays I lived 7 hours away from my parents when I was in undergrad and grad school, also from Joby's family, and I lived 3 hours away from Joby in grad school, and that was a lot. Having to drive all of that distance for us to see each other was so much, or to see family for holidays was so much. Like we're talking like 7-hour car rides, like once a month. 7 hours there, 7 hours back, 7 hours on a Friday, only to go back to school on a Sunday. Abysmal. So much time spent in a car, so like Joby and I aren't so keen on spending that long in the car anymore. But we do survive it decently well, at least. Oh, Maverick, thank you for following. Relationship goals, find someone who can match your yap levels. Either that, or like I will say, often in like, in a relationship, you want to find somebody who is your complement as well, where despite what you may realize, for Joby and I, Joby is usually the yapper out of the two of us. If given the opportunity, I tend to take a listening role when we are hanging out and talking about things. Of course, like I have stuff to say and Joby lets me say all of it, but I am much more of a listener most of the time in my life. So that's the dynamic that also works. If you have one yapper and one listener in a relationship, that also can work out quite well. But yeah, Joby does match my yap. Passive status effect, teacher. You level up your yapping skill faster, but struggle to remember and pronounce names. Oh, yeah. But hey, hang on, wait. Fact check. Opeliopo? Opeliopo? Am I saying your name correctly still? Did I remember? Did I log that into my brain properly? Did I overwrite the save file in my brain that was having me say your name some probably other funny way? I've worked on it. We'll see if it worked. Welcome back. Picked 7. I'm so used to the losses. Oh, Callie. Oh, Callie. One day you'll win. One day we'll win. One day we'll have 7 again. When was the last time I looked at more than 6 on stream? Was it for... It must have been for charity crits, probably, right? I'd have to imagine. Do a true teacher stream and just purposely misread every name in chat. Oh my god. I could. Randomly, yeah, mostly just say funny things randomly. A lot with a huge variety of laughs, like a hyena. A hyena laugh is a good laugh. We got dinner with Joby's family over the weekend, and Joby's sister got complimented by the waitress for her laugh. Which I thought was very good. I love eccentric laughs. They're so charming. I love a good funny laugh. I feel like my laugh isn't that atypical, but there's people who have some really good silly laughs. 4 crits ago was 9? Was that for charity crits? How did I get 9? If I didn't do like an 8-hour stream. That sounds crazy to me. That's wild. Good work, past EG. Made my friends wheeze because I did a hee laugh. Hee. I like, do you know when people laugh and it sounds like they're like, do you know when people laugh and it sounds like money? Do you know when people laugh and it sounds like, they sound like a rich person laughing? I find those so funny, especially when they are not that kind of person. If it is a stink laugh, my mom always comments on it when she passes by. Really? What does that mean? I feel like I do have, like my laugh is, I have a couple different laughs, but that's interesting to know. Noted. The last charity crit. Oh, you know what? I think my last charity crit was a Monday, so I did like extend it so we could get through all of them, right? That might be what it was. Good work, past EG, increasing the average just a little bit, only to usually maintain maintain the average at 6. Listen that I'm watching you again. Oh, so your mom can identify that it's me that you're watching by my laugh? Oh no. I'm gonna go to Otakon and you guys are gonna realize that it's me from what I sound like, huh? People are gonna realize it's me, if not from me changing my hair so that it looks like me, my hair. You'll recognize me from my voice, which is kind of scary. I'm waiting when I get back into teaching for someone there to recognize me. That would be the truest terror. My voice that identifiable? I don't know. This info is brought to you by an incentive with too much time on hand. That's fair. 7 crits ago, your most was at 11. Whoa! That was definitely for the charity crit, wasn't it? That was definitely a charity crit. That's probably the first one, huh? Better recognizing voices than faces? Yes, everyone's voice is identifiable. That's fair, and I'm sure it is. But like, I am so bad at recognizing voices, so I believe you. I believe you. But maybe it's my auditory processing and maybe it's the loss of hearing I have in one ear, but I am terrible at identifying voices. The number of times, if I could tell you the number of times that a VTuber I know and watch graduates and then debuts in a corporation only for me to find out like 9 months later that it's them because I did not recognize the voice at all in any way, shape, or form, I would have like more than, I don't have enough fingers for that. I'd run out of fingers to tell you how many times that happened. I'd have a lot of nickels. I'm really bad at it. The first VTuber I ever watched, who I really enjoyed watching, graduated, and only for me to find out that they are in Hollow Stars, like years later. I mourned when he graduated. I was like, no. The person who got me into VTubing, other than iCandy, graduated and then debuted, and I had no idea for literal years. And it wasn't until, like, I just, like, happened upon one of their streams and they collabed with somebody else I watched. And, like, someone else had, like, mentioned it. And I was like, you're still around? You're still around? Bittersweet. Oh, yeah, so bittersweet. So I watch them now. And I'm very happy that I can watch him now. But I was something. So I am very, very bad at recognizing voices. So I believe you if you guys say that everyone has recognizable voices. I'm sure they do, but I wouldn't know. I would not be aware. Literally just happened to me, as I'm sure it does. There was one that I did figure out. We shouldn't talk about past lives in the chat, but there was one that I did recognize who did join a corporation, and I was like, oh, I'm proud of myself. I know who you are. I'm glad I can follow you still here now. Fantastic. But a lot of them, I don't manage to figure out where they go. They vanish and I don't find them, and it is tough.
I, Gary, have the most recognizable voice.
You do have a recognizable voice, Gary, but I think you share your voice with a lot of other potential creatures and or people. Your voice is recognizable, but I don't know if it's unique, unfortunately, which isn't to say you aren't unique, and I do still love and adore you the way that you are, my son. But I don't know if your voice is that distinct from others who have a very potentially similar voice. Ooh, Gary. Wait, did I get bingo? I don't think I did. Waist like the longer hair we did have. We didn't have any hair and skin color trouble. No gold eyes. Did have symmetry. I don't know if I forgot a ladder or not, but I don't think I did. I did add drop shadows, no band-aids, no spirit or ghost theme, surprisingly. There's a little bit of Lolita influence, but not enough for me to say that it's Lolita or OG fashion. Unusual clothes cutouts we didn't have also. I did not get bingo. I never get bingo on my own stream. I never get it. Did you get a letter for Kiwi? Did I? Let's find out. If I did, I got bingo. Wait, hang on. I did. I didn't do a ladder for Kiwi. Yippee! I get bingo! Finally! I had to be reminded about ladders twice. That's true, but I didn't fully forget them those times. No J fashion, no greater than 10, no magical girl boy. There we go. We were talking about when you got rated. Oh, that's what it was. I probably forgot to go back and do the ladder. We probably talked about a ladder, and in my brain, I checked that box and was like, ladder, done. But then didn't realize and did not go back. So my big childhood idols went on to become big corporate VTubers, and I had no idea, so I get it. That is fair. If you were somebody who was involved in the Utaite space in like 2016 through 2019, you probably are in the same boat as me and many others are, with you have somebody you listen to who is in a VTuber corporation somewhere and you didn't figure out until later. Yeah, right? Okay, so that, yep, yeah. Especially we're like, what if I cheated and forgot and then actually forgot? Hey, what can I say? My memory usually being bad usually is not good for me. But in that one circumstance, look at that. I forgot and it benefited me. That never happens. I never get to benefit from my terrible memory. Yeah. Like Amelie's under V Shoujo. Yeah, well, see, Amelie's been Amelie, and we've been known about that. So like that wasn't one where I could easily miss that. I kept track of Amelie pretty easily. She didn't try and hide herself very often or very much. she didn't need to be secretive, and debuting under V Shoujo allowed her to not have to be someone else also. But wouldn't it be crazy if like Amelie had debuted under, I don't know, like Hololive or Niji Sanji, and therefore would have been somewhere else, and we'd have to try and figure out that that's who she was? That would have been crazier. Would have been interesting to figure out, but yeah. Also, you guys are maybe stuck in an ad now. But did I have anything else to note here? I am looking forward to Thursday quite extensively for Uma Musume. I'm excited for you all to finally get to talk about horses, because I keep getting you started, and then everyone's like, yay, horse girls! And then I immediately have to pivot us to something else and then talk about something else. And we have to focus on something else, so I'm happy that you guys will be allowed to not have to focus on other things. I don't have to jangle the keys for you. Yeah, horses, 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 horses. I'm sure people will figure out in less than a day. I mean, people will. People. But people is not me. I would not figure out probably in a day. It'd take me a while probably. Don't like horses? Why don't you like horses? I like horses. They're a little intimidating. The more you know about horses, the more uncanny they can be sometimes. Did you know that if horses do not have the proper amount of selenium in their diet, that their hooves will just fall off? Did you know that? Fun horse fact. Their hooves will just fall off. It's bad. That's not good. Keep the selenium in their diet up. I feel like I used to know a couple other interesting horse facts that may or may not have been similarly horrifying, but I can't think of them right now. What were they? I'll think about it more. Maybe I'll come to you ready on Thursday with some fun facts about horses. Their lungs bleed when they run? Huh? Do they really? Like all the time, constantly, they bleed when they run every time they run? That's concerning and terrifying. That's not good. I hope that that's not the case. If it is, I hope that they are fully equipped to handle that. That's terrifying. That's also kind of metal for horse girls, as a concept. What would the equivalent be for Umamusumes of their hooves falling off? Would it just be them losing their whole foot? Like losing all their toenails? Food for thought, now that I'm thinking about it. Horses can't throw up? That's also a very interesting horse fun fact. These aren't very fun facts about horses. If I'm being so honest with you, these facts aren't fun. These facts are concerning more than anything. Horses, if they eat something bad, they can't expel it quickly. See, that's not good. That's bad. That's probably bad for their health if I would say so myself. Their legs are fingers. That's true. Let's say bottom half of foot. Okay, they just lose the sole of their foot. Do we have any horse fun facts that are fun and good and positive and good things for horses? Are there any fun things about horses? I feel like so many of them are so terrifying. People are giving gifts to retired race horses because that popular horse game? Yes! Umamusume! What is her name? The girl failure herself. Pink hair? Uruha? I don't know what her name is. But that one. That one they're sending a lot of grass to because she never wins. She loses every race, but they love her anyway. Yeah, Uruhara. Yes. Her. That horse is being gifted so much grass. I see her on my Twitter constantly. All of the time. Yeah. Cats are so heavy that if they don't have enough potassium, their muscles can't hold it up, so their head will just hang between their front legs. Yeah, we knew that because we had a kitten who was super malnourished. We discovered her in the outdoors and brought her in, and she couldn't hold her head up, unfortunately. So that is true, but is also similarly sad. Horses get desensitized to things in silly ways. I know horses are also scared of things. Yeah, they're silly, very silly, anxious creatures, and they get scared of like balls or the wind or their own troughs or their own tail or stuff like that. I feel like they need, you know how cheetahs are given dogs as a sort of support animal? I feel like horses may benefit from something like that, potentially. Although I feel like a horse would just be spooked by a dog on some level, but they do need a friend to reassure them that everything's okay, like with the cheetahs. The cheetah sees that the dog is not freaked, so therefore they don't have to be freaked. For horses, that's basically people. Oh, okay. We are the emotional support animal to a horse. How does that feel, knowing that we are the emotional support animal? That's wild. Although I guess we're the emotional support animal to like dogs and cats too, when they are like scared of thunderstorms and stuff like that. Horses are scared of two things that move and things that don't move. That's true, and also me too. Honestly, hashtag relatable, you horses. I understand. I am the biggest wimp, the biggest scaredy cat of them all, so I understand what that's like. Me too, yeah, that is fantastic. Yeah, more food for thought. I've given you a lot of food for thought, but anyways, we are now past 6 o'clock. I did yap us through to ending not on time. Whoopsie. Anyways, Thursday, Umamusumeing on Thursday. We're critiquing the designs of the girlies themselves. Then Friday, we're doing art fight attacks. So, buckle up. I almost said buckle up buttercups. Buckle up shrewmates. We've got our rest of the week. We finally get to have like a kind of a normal week. Hopefully, if I'm recovered from being ill. I think I did a good job today despite being ill, and I feel mostly okay. I feel better than I did yesterday, and I powered through. And by Thursday, hopefully I will be 100% once more. But thank you for hanging out with me while I was not 100% today. I think I did a good job of doing the best I could. Love your design tips, thank you. Thank you for stopping by, I'm glad you enjoyed. Let me find somewhere to send us. Where can we go? Bye, Christopher Lee, who is still on my other monitor, who has been watching me this whole time. Lee, who is still on my other monitor. That's the wrong tab. I just opened my own stream. Sorry, Squiijiception. Just opened my own stream. I clicked the wrong Twitch thing. What can you do? YouTube shrewmates, thank you guys for hanging out. I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for being here. I will shroom you later. Bye-bye. And then